My girlfriend scammed me out of 5 million, but I'm actually very happy, because after getting drunk, I unexpectedly activated the God-level flash sale system. The first item is 80% of Longhua Pharmaceuticals' $1 trillion worth, with a flash sale price of $1. Upon hearing this, I was stunned on the spot. This is a $1 trillion company, and it's also where I work. The system urged that there were only 3 minutes left for the flash sale, and if the host didn't place the order quickly, it would expire. My hands were shaking as I hurried to buy. Please, hurry up and buy it for me. The next second, the system prompted that the flash sale was completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80% of Longhua Pharmaceuticals shares. At the same time, a deduction message came from my bank card, spending $1, leaving a balance of $578. Seeing the deduction message on my phone, I was extremely excited. Am I already a billionaire now? Then I realized that the flash sale button had turned gray. However, next to it appeared a small line of text: tomorrow's flash sale preview, for all the equity of Hyaming Business Street. I was shocked once again. Hyaming Business Street is one of the top commercial streets in the Magic City. It combines office buildings, hotels, and shopping malls. Just the monthly rent alone amounts to over 10 billion. In less than 2 minutes, my phone suddenly rang. A pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen? I answered. Yes, what's the matter? Opposite, good day, Chairman. I am Lu Mengqin, the assistant to the chairman of Longhua Pharmaceuticals. The equity transfer agreement for the company is ready. Shall I bring it to you now? I contained my excitement and said, no need, I will make time to come over. At the same time, my heart was in turmoil. Just yesterday, I was just an ordinary employee at Longhua Pharmaceuticals, and now, it felt surreal, as if I was dreaming of going to the company. I immediately got up, got dressed, planned to have breakfast, and then go to sign the equity transfer agreement. Unexpectedly, my phone rang again. This time, it was from my good friend, Zhao Kai. Anxiously, Zhao Kai said, Shingu, why haven't you come to work? That fatso has been looking for you everywhere. The fatso Zhao Kai referred to as my boss. He always likes to bother me for no reason. I laughed and said, if I don't want to go, I won't. I'm a billionaire now. Why would I still go to work? Zhao Kai said speechlessly, Shingu, are you still dreaming? I know you were cheated out of a lot of money by that stinking B*TCH Yin Lily. It's very upsetting, but life has to go on. Try to look at it positively. I said, how could I be dreaming? Wait a while, you'll see. After that, I hung up the phone. After having breakfast downstairs, I calmly hailed a taxi. Now that I have the means, I feel that not taking a taxi would not show my extravagance even after circling the entire city. But speaking of which, even though I became the chairman, all I got was shares. My bank card only has a few $100. I quickly arrived at the company. Originally, I wanted to go directly to find Lu Mengqin, but when passing by the business department, I ran into my boss, Chen Weiji. As soon as we met, he scolded me, you're late, you know? Wait and go to the finance department to collect a 200 yuan fine. I chuckled at his words. In the past, I would have endured it. However, with my current status, there's simply no need for that. So I directly retorted, even the hero can be late, why can't I be late for work? As for docking my pay, do whatever you want. Chen Weiji was so angry that his mouth twitched. I see you don't want to work here anymore. Pack up and get out. Seeing us arguing, all the colleagues in the department were stunned. This Chen Shan actually dared to provoke him. Dead Fatty is in big trouble now. He's definitely going to be fired. I found this somewhat amusing. After all, I'm the chairman now. Does he have the right to do that? Chen Weiji was furious. You'll soon find out if I do or not. My brother-in-law is a shareholder in the company, so naturally he'll give me some face. I furrowed my brow, about to speak. The system's voice rang out again, detecting the host being provoked, awarding a big prize package to the other party. Choose to endure silently and receive the title of Ninja Turtle. Without a second thought, I raised my hand and slapped him directly. Chen Weiji almost lost his balance, and a fresh palm print appeared on his chubby face. The people around were also startled by the sudden slap. Am I dreaming? Chen Shan actually dared to hit that fat guy. Doesn't he want to keep his job? At this point, my heart was already blooming with joy because the system's big luxury gift package had been successfully issued. The first reward is a bank card with a deposit of 80 million. The second one is a Tangshaniping mansion worth 180 million. The third one is a Pagani function worth 37 million. Chang Weiji's mouth twitched, and his anger reached its peak. It was one thing for Qin Shen to argue with him, but to dare to hit him. So he immediately called 2 security guards over and angrily ordered them to grab this guy for me. I remained expressionless and said, "Before you act, you'd better check my identity." Chen Weiji snorted coldly and said, "Aren't you just a little employee? Did you just become the chairman of this group?" I smiled, "You're right. I'm still the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical." Chen Weiji's brow first furrowed, then he secretly thought that he had indeed received news just now that the company's chairman had been replaced. But this is simply impossible. Even if it's a change, it couldn't possibly be Chen. Seeing that they didn't believe me, I immediately took out my phone and found Lu Mingqing's number. After dialing, I said, "This is Chen. Come to the company's business department to see me." As soon as Lu Mingqing heard it, she thought to herself, "This tone. Could it be that someone has offended Chen Dong?" So he didn't dare to waste time and quickly walked out of the chairman's office. Chen Weiji was still thinking about how to retaliate against me. He chuckled and said, "You're quite good at pretending. Today, I really want to see who you can call over with your attitude." Colleagues from the business department also started to guess my identity. A Chang looks so confident. Could he also have a backing? However, soon a woman in uniform hurried over. When he saw Lu Mingqing appear, Chen Weiji suddenly had a foreboding feeling. A Chung had just finished the call, and then the chairman's assistant appeared. This is indeed too much of a coincidence. Chang Jiwei greeted him, but Lu Mingqing ignored him and walked straight towards me. He first looked me up and down, then respectfully asked, "You must be Chairman Chen, right?" I nodded, indicating that it was indeed me who called you just now. Upon hearing my affirmative answer, Lu Mingqing was shocked. Judging by my age, I probably just graduated from college. However, I've already become the chairman of such a big company. It's really true that some people are just luckier than others. Chen Weiji looked incredulous and said to Assistant Lu, "Is there a mistake? This kid is just a junior staff member in my department." Lu Mingqing frowned, looked at Chen Weiji, and then scolded, "How dare you doubt Chairman Chen's identity? Who do you think would be so boring as to dare impersonate the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical?" Chen Weiji was speechless. If I really were the new chairman, wouldn't he be in big trouble himself? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Lu Mingqing said coldly, "If you really offended Director Chen, I suggest you apologize quickly, otherwise you'll be in big trouble." Chen Weiji was dumbfounded, and dared not look at me directly again. Then I saw him bend over, extremely nervous. "I'm sorry, Director Daichung. I mean, you just said you wanted to fire me, how come you're backing down so quickly now?" After hearing this, Chen Weiji's legs went weak, and his chubby body almost collapsed. But he still bowed and said, "Director Chen, just let me go like a fart. Mr. Lin is generous, please don't compare yourself to me." Seeing this, I just chuckled. If I don't fire him now, he should already be grateful. The business department was in an uproar. Everyone was speculating about my identity. Those female colleagues felt very regretful, as if they had missed a chance to get rich overnight, and regretted not getting me earlier. Seeing me remain silent, Chen Weiji felt a lot of pressure. His face turned pale with fear, and all that was left in his heart was regret. I said indifferently, "You can go hand in your resignation letter. I don't want to see you in the company anymore." After that, I turned and left. Lu Mingqing quickly followed. Chen Weiji wiped the sweat off and breathed a sigh of relief. In my heart, I thought thankfully I didn't pursue it further, otherwise not even his brother-in-law could save him. But the unlucky part is, I lost my job. How am I going to slack off after leaving Longhu Pharmaceutical? Lu Mingqing doesn't know my temper, so he can only silently follow behind me. He's not sure if I'll also remove him, so he immediately said, "Such a thing happened. It's my negligence." I waved my hand, indicating that I know you also just joined the company, so this matter doesn't concern you much. Soon, we entered the director's office. Lu Mingqing opened the drawer and took out the share transfer agreement. Then, he said to me, "The former chairman has already signed. Now, as long as you sign, the agreement will come into effect." I took the agreement, just glanced at it briefly, and then signed. 80% of the shares were now in my hands. Next, Lu Mingqing briefly reported on the company's situation. After staying in the office for half an hour, I also left. Lu Mingqing stood respectfully at the office door, watching me leave slowly. But in my heart, I was speculating about my identity. Director Chen actually worked in the company. Could it be that he's a rich second generation who came out to gain experience? The 3-year period has passed, and he inherited a $1 trillion family fortune. After leaving the chairman's office, I didn't rush back. Instead, I sent a text and called my good friend Zhao Kai over. As soon as Zhao Kai saw me, his face turned pale. He heard from colleagues in the department that I had become the chairman. "Is this true?" I said very seriously, "Yes, what my colleagues said is all true." The shock in Zhao Kai's heart was beyond words, and I'm speechless would be an understatement. You see, Longhu Pharmaceutical is a $1 billion company, and becoming the chairman at this moment has had a huge impact on him. At this moment, Zhao Kai suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, "Brother Chen, did you hook up with a rich woman?" I was speechless. Do you think I'm the kind of person who lives off a woman? We'll discuss this matter later. Focus on your work. I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Next year, I'll find you a wife. Having a chairman as a friend, Zhao Kai felt he could show off in the future. Watching me leave, he had another goal in mind, to endure the toughest nights and enjoy the easiest life. I walked out of Longhu Pharmaceutical without taking a taxi. Instead, I found a deserted place and said to the system, "Summon the Pagani Huayra." As soon as I finished speaking, there was a flash before my eyes, almost in the blink of an eye. A brand new Pagani Huayra appeared in front of me. At the same time, I also had a set of car keys in my hand. The front of the Pagani Huayra was very sharp, the streamlined body was extremely beautiful, and most importantly, the license plate was amazing, 66666 bodyguard. Seeing this, I really want to give the system a thumbs up. At this moment, the automatic gull-wing doors opened, and I couldn't wait to experience it. The sound of the engine roared like a tiger. Although it was difficult to handle, I quickly adapted. On the street, the surrounding vehicles all moved away, and no one dared to approach this luxury sports car worth over 30 million. First, I went back to the rental house to pack up some things. Then I cursed my ex-girlfriend in my heart, and later planned to move to Tangshanipin. The community already had my information, so I drove straight in. This is the exclusive area for the wealthy. Luxury cars are everywhere in the parking lot, but compared to my Pagani Finching, there's really no comparison. After all, there are too few luxury cars of my level. I parked the car, took the elevator to the 16th floor, and when the door opened, I finally saw what a real luxury home looks like. 500 square meters in size, the layout and decoration inside are very high-end. From the balcony, you can even see the river not far away. I comfortably lay down on the sofa, thinking it would be great to have 2 more maids. Otherwise, cleaning here would probably exhaust me to half-death. Unknowingly, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, it was already past 1 o'clock. Rubbing my grumbling stomach, I walked out of the hall. Just as I reached the parking lot, a familiar voice came, "Chen Chen, how come you're here?" I turned around and saw that it was my classmate from college, Zhou Pengyuan. At this moment, he walked up to me with a smile on his face, then looked me up and down. Seeing me dressed from head to toe in street stall clothes, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because back when I was in school, I used to be one of the top students in my class. Seeing that I'm not doing so well now, Zhou Pengyuan suddenly found a sense of presence. "I heard that you and Zhao Kai joined a pharmaceutical company. Why aren't you working?" I casually mentioned. Zhou Pengyuan said sarcastically after I mentioned quitting, "I bet you got fired. Why don't you come work with me at the real estate agency? I sold 2 houses last month and got a commission of over 300,000. I said in a flat tone, "You're doing well. I'm going out for a meal first." Zhou Pengyuan put his arm around my shoulder and asked with a smile, "By the way, what are you doing here?" I casually replied, "I live here." Zhou Pengyuan instantly dropped the smile and sneered, "No way. Do you know how much a house in this neighborhood costs, kid?" I felt disgusted by this person and chose not to talk to him anymore. But Zhou Pengyan did stick close to me and said, "Let me give you a ride. I just bought a new car recently." I waved my hand to decline, then took out the car keys and pressed a button. The Pagani Huayra's lights flashed in the distance. Soon after, the gull-wing doors opened automatically. As Zhu Pengyuan witnessed this scene, he was stunned. He suddenly realized that I wasn't bragging, and at that moment, he felt utterly embarrassed. I paid no attention to the shocked Zhu Pengyuan and instead got into the Pagani Huayra, revved the engine, and left the parking lot. After leaving the residential area, I parked the car by the roadside and then went to a restaurant for lunch. There were quite a few people ordering, so I had to wait in line. In front of me was a female anchor. I glanced curiously and then shook my head, instantly shifting my gaze away. Just then, my phone in my pocket vibrated. I took it out, but unfortunately, it slipped from my hand and fell to the ground. I crouched down to pick it up quickly. Luckily it wasn't damaged, and the screen didn't crack. Unexpectedly, an angry voice suddenly came, "You filthy pervert. How dare you take photos of me?" I chuckled at the remark, took out the car keys from my pocket, and said, "Do I look like that kind of person to you?" The $30 million sports car parked at the entrance, that's me. The female anchor was so angry that her chest was heaving violently as she glared at Chen Chen. "You don't admit it, do you? Do you believe I will call the police and arrest you right now?" At this moment, the female anchor's live broadcast room also became extremely lively. No way. Shocking, someone actually did such a thing in broad daylight. Not only did he not admit his mistake, he's also so unapologetic. Tong Jia, post his photo online so everyone will remember him. The audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy with barrage comments. With the help of the amazing beauty filter, this female anchor also had many fans. The female anchor glared at Chun Chen again and continued to berate him. How dare you take photos in a crowded restaurant? I bet you do this kind of thing often. I'm telling you, if you don't explain this clearly, don't think about leaving. Chen Chen did not expect the female anchor in front of him to be so unreasonable. He unlocked his phone and opened the gallery. Take a good look. Did I really take photos of you? Chen Chen did not take any photos, so naturally, there were no pictures in his phone. Unexpectedly, the female anchor named Tong Jia still persisted. You clearly wanted to take photos just now. If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have succeeded. Chen Chen chuckled. It was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable woman. Since it was like this, Chen Chen decided not to be polite anymore. Miss. What kind of person are you? Don't you have any shame? Accusing me of wanting to take photos. Please, just seeing you makes me lose my appetite. Alright, wear a mask when you go out in the future, don't scare the kids. The female anchor was about to go crazy. How dare you say I'm ugly? Do you know how many fans I have in my live broadcast room? Women are most afraid of being called ugly by others. Chen Chen shook his head and said, how many fans you have has nothing to do with me. Keep your photo in your phone, it can ward off evil during the day and prevent pregnancy at night. With your looks, who would want to take photos of you? The people in the restaurant burst into laughter. Initially, everyone did think Chen Chen was a rogue. But upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be the case. Because the female anchor in front of them did have a unique personality. At this moment, a waiter in the restaurant also spoke up. Miss, this seems to be a misunderstanding. The onlookers also echoed, yeah, the young man has already said it, it was just an accident that the phone slipped. The young man is so handsome, he must already have a girlfriend. How could he do such a thing? The female anchor's face turned red with anger. You all. She did not expect that even the onlookers were on Chen Chen's side. Is it really true that appearance is everything? Chen Chen said indifferently, this restaurant happens to have surveillance cameras, you can go check the footage. If not, you can directly call the police. Chen Chen didn't want to continue arguing with the female anchor. If it was posted online by someone with ulterior motives, it would be impossible to clear his name. He would be socially dead. Humph. The female anchor knew she was in the wrong. Unable to argue with Chen Chen, she stomped her foot and quickly left the restaurant. In fact, she just wanted to stir up some trouble. Maybe she could spark some discussion and ride the wave of traffic on the internet. If she was lucky, she might even gain some fans. Unfortunately, she met Chen Chen. Unable to take advantage, she had to leave. As the female anchor left, everyone dispersed. Chen Chen ordered some food in the restaurant. After eating, he went to the adjacent mall to buy some daily necessities. The sun was scorching, and the heat was unbearable. There were fewer pedestrians on the street. Chen Chen quickened his pace, wanting to get back home as soon as possible. It was nice to be a couch potato at home without having to go to work. However, before he reached the parking lot, he saw from a distance that his Pagani Huayra was surrounded in inaccessible group photos, video recordings. What's even more excessive is that there are people live streaming on the scene. Is this really necessary? Chen Chen felt a wave of helplessness. Excuse me. Chen Chen exerted all his strength and forced his way in. What are you pushing? Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Oh, it's you. Unfortunately, Chen Chen ran into the female anchor he had just met in the restaurant. The female anchor named Tong Jie was holding a phone, still live streaming. She had a good spot, and the live streaming effect was great. Many viewers also joined the live stream. Wow, what kind of sports car is this? Looks so high-end. Pagani Huayra, a luxury sports car worth over 30 million, check it out. If I could own one, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Bro, all I can say is, dreams have everything. Go wash up and go to bed. The female anchor's live stream popularity was rapidly rising. When she saw Chen Chen, the female anchor named Tongjie felt annoyed. Because in the restaurant just now, Chen Chen had belittled her. Just thinking about it made her angry. Chen Chen also didn't have a good impression of the female anchor in front of him and said, "Please move aside, I need to drive." Tongjie glanced around. Apart from the onlookers, there was only one car here. That was the Pagani Huayra. You're saying this sports car is yours? You're just bragging. Please open your eyes and see clearly, what car is this? Judging from Chen Chen's appearance, he didn't look wealthy. She didn't think Chen Chen had the ability to afford a luxury sports car worth over 30 million. Exactly. If you want to cut in line, just say it. A heavily made-up girl next to them gave Chen Chen a disdainful look. Who can afford such a luxurious car? I wonder which rich second generation in the Magic City it is. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Among the crowd, many girls were lost in fantasy. They all wanted to see who the owner of this car was. Seeing that Chen Chen showed no intention of leaving, Tongjie, the female anchor, raised her voice. "What are you still doing here? You're blocking my live stream, go queue up at the back." Several girls nearby also urged Chen Chen to leave quickly. Chen Chen felt helpless. He shook his head, took out the key to the Pagani Huayra from his pocket. The dazzling car lights flashed a few times, and then the car door opened automatically. Ah, this. Tongjie, the female anchor, was completely stunned. She didn't expect that the Pagani Huayra actually belonged to Chen Chen. This despicable guy turned out to be a rich second generation? Others also turned their attention to Chen Chen, looking shocked. "Young man, is this sports car really yours? Can I have your phone number? Young man, can you take me for a ride? Actually, I don't have a boyfriend yet." The crowd surrounded Chen Chen. Everyone had something to say. This made Chen Chen feel like he had entered a spider's web. Can it get any crazier? Sorry, I have something to do. Chen Chen got into the Pagani Huayra and quickly closed the door. At this moment, Tongjie, the female anchor, stood dumbfounded in place. His live stream room also exploded. No way! The guy who was secretly filmed by Tongjie is actually a rich second generation. Tongjie, your fate has arrived, go ask for his phone number quickly. It's too late. Amid the shock of the live stream audience, there were also many jokes. Soon, Chen Chen started the car. The Pagani Huayra roared and disappeared on the street. The young man didn't even look at me. Baby is so sad. As Chen Chen left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Tongjie, the female anchor, finally came to her senses. Seeing the barrage of comments from the fans in the live stream room, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Just now in the restaurant, she had already offended Chen Chen. Fate, Chen Chen didn't bother with her, which was already the best outcome. Chen Chen returned to Tangchenipin. In the evening, he invited Zhao Kai out for dinner. A night of silence. In the early morning, Chen Chen got up early. Standing on the balcony, he stretched lazily. In the eastern sky, the colorful clouds were particularly beautiful. There were a few pedestrians strolling along the riverside path not far away. Vehicles rushed on the street. A beautiful day began. Chen Chen went out for breakfast and returned to the lobby. It was only 7:30. The waiting time was the longest. Finally, the time for the flash sale arrived. Ding, flash sale opportunity is here. Today's flash sale item, all shares of Hyaming Commercial Street. Although it was the second time participating in the system's flash sale, Chen Chen was still very excited. System, let me flash. Flash sale successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring all shares of Hyaming Commercial Street. The flash sale was successful, and Chen Chen's phone also received a deduction message. He bought a whole street for only 9.9 yuan. Who would believe it if he said it out loud? But this magical thing happened to Chen Chen. Share certificate has been issued to the system space. Host can withdraw at any time. Hearing the system say this, Chen Chen took out the share certificate and looked at it. Indeed, it's the system. I got a whole commercial street just like that. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Host has used up today's flash sale opportunity. Please participate on time tomorrow. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 55% of shares of Qingfeng Film Industry. Qingfeng Film Industry is a film company worth over 30 billion. In the film industry of Huaxia, it ranks in the top 5. Compared to Longhu Pharmaceutical and Haiyaming Commercial Street, Qingfeng Film Industry's value is much less. But that's okay. As long as the system is there, Chen Chen feels that one day he can squeeze the system dry. System, I love you. Chen Chen shouted loudly. Host, please behave. The purpose of the system is to make you look cool and fly high. Please do not have any other abnormal thoughts. Chen Chen didn't mind the system's teasing and asked, by the way, system, didn't you say yesterday that as long as I complete the randomly assigned tasks, I can get extra flash sale opportunities? Why didn't I see any? The system explained, since it's random, it won't happen every day. Chen Chen nodded. A word to the wise is enough. Not long after, Chen Chen received a call from Lu Mengqing. Chairman Chen, I have a few documents here. I need your signature. I'll bring them to you now. Chen Chen didn't say anything, he gave Lu Mengqing an address. When Lu Mengqing heard that Chen Chen lived in Tangcheniping community, she couldn't help but exclaim again. Chairman Chen is indeed impressive. I heard that the property prices there are the highest in the whole city. When will I be able to afford it? Lu Mengqing dismissed her unrealistic thoughts and drove to Tangcheniping community. Taking the elevator to the entrance, Lu Mengqing double-checked the door number. Then she rang the doorbell. Chen Chen came out to open the door. Chairman Chen, good morning. Lu Mengqing greeted Chen Chen with a smile. Today she was wearing a white shirt, her hair down, with a charming and radiant smile. Come in. Chen Chen glanced at Lu Mengqing and said. Lu Mengqing followed Chen Chen into the living room. After seeing Chen Chen sit down, she handed over the documents. Using her fair and delicate hands, she pushed her glasses up and stood respectfully beside him, waiting for Chen Chen to finish reading the documents. Chen Chen leaned back on the sofa and briefly looked through the documents in his hand. It wasn't anything urgent, but according to the company's regulations, the chairman's signature was required. Chen Chen signed the document and looked at Lu Mengqing. If there's nothing too important, you can sign on my behalf in the future. Currently, Chen Chen had acquired a billion-dollar company and a commercial street through flash sales. His assets would only continue to grow in the future. If you take everything to heart, Chen Chen will be exhausted. How can he continue to be a slacker? Lu Mengqing was stunned. Director Chen, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Lu Mengqing's current position is assistant to the chairman. In a way, it's equivalent to a vice president. She does have some real power. However, she never imagined that one day she would gain such great trust from the chairman. Chen Chen looked serious. I'll do it. That's settled then. Work hard. Lu Mengqing was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chen Chen has taken a liking to her? The thought made her heart beat faster. Even her cheeks turned pink. Chairman, thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard. I won't let you down. Lu Mengqing bent down to pick up the signed document. If there's nothing else, you can go back to work. Chen Chen said. Actually, there is one more thing. Lu Mengqing crossed her hands in front of her. What is it? Lu Mengqing said, the other shareholders of the company have booked the entire Yipingxuan. They want to host a banquet for Director Chen. Chen Chen is now the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical. He holds 80% of the company's shares. Those small shareholders naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. People in the business world know the importance of connections. This is a great opportunity to curry favor with Chen Chen. Yipingshuan? Chen Chen had heard of this restaurant before. Yipingshuan restaurant is very famous in the Magic City. To dine there, one usually needs to make a reservation in advance. And the cost is high, only wealthy people would choose to go there. And now, the other shareholders of the company have actually booked the entire Yipingshuan to please Chen Chen. They are really generous. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, "What time in the evening?" 8 o'clock. Okay, I'll be there. Since they are all shareholders of the company, it's fine to get to know each other. Although there are some hidden motives. Director Chen, then I'll go back first. After getting Chen Chen's reply, Lu Mengcheng also left. Chen Chen sat alone in the lobby, feeling very bored. He had planned to go out for a walk, but suddenly received a message from his cousin. "Cousin, let's play games. We need one more player." Chen Chen looked at the message on his phone and shook his head helplessly. Young people these days, all they do is play games. Can't they study properly? Chen Chen sighed as he replied, "Cousin, you're not playing, are you?" "Alright then. I just met a girl in the game who can play the zither, so I'll." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. It is well known that no man can resist the charm of a zither player. Wait. I'll log in now. Chen Chen quickly opened the mobile game on his phone. Time passed quickly. It was almost 11 o'clock when Chen Chen was contacted by his senior sister Qin Mingjie. "Chen Chen, do you have time for lunch? I'll treat you." Chen Chen smiled, "If it's a treat from my senior sister, of course I have time." When he was in college, Qin Mingjie was Chen Chen's senior sister. She took good care of Chen Chen in school. Qin Mingjie can be considered a small rich woman. Her family runs a chain of restaurants, and she is a native of the Magic City. Invite Zhao Kai too. It's been a long time since we graduated and I haven't seen you guys. Chen Chen said, "Zhao Kai is at work, I'll call him to see if he's free." Qin Mingjie asked in confusion, "Didn't you say last time that you both joined the same company?" Chen Chen explained, "I'm not working now." With the system, Chen Chen can comfortably be a slacker. Working? Not a thing. So, you're unemployed? Should I introduce you to a job? Chen Chen smiled, "No need. I don't plan to work now." Qin Mingjie was puzzled. "Chen Chen, what do you want to do if you're not working? You don't have a mine at home. Besides, you have a girlfriend to support, how can you not work?" Chen Chen smiled, "His family has no mines. But he has a system on him." "Don't mention it, we've already broken up." Qin Mingjie felt sorry for Chen Chen. "Broke up? Why is that?" Chen Chen smiled bitterly, "It's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet. But senior sister, you always used to treat me to meals, this time I'll treat you." Qin Mingjie said, "You don't even have a job now. Let me treat you. Sister has money. Okay, remember to invite Zhao Kai. I'll send you the address, you guys can come over at noon." After finishing the call with Qin Mingjie, Chen Chen sent a message to Zhao Kai. Unfortunately, Zhao Kai was busy working overtime and didn't have time. Coincidentally, the location Qin Mingjie sent to Chen Chen was right at Hyaming Commercial Street. "I happen to be going to Hyaming Commercial Street. Let's have a meal on the way." Chen Chen changed into a new set of clothes in the room. Standing in front of the mirror, he suddenly realized that his clothes were far from matching his current status. "It looks like I need to buy some new clothes." After leaving the hall, Chen Chen also set off in his sports car. Hyaming Commercial Street. General Manager Zhang Yongwen heard that the new boss was coming, so he had already brought people to the parking lot to wait. "The new boss will be here soon. Everyone pay attention." Zhang Yongwen seemed a bit nervous as he spoke to the people in front of him. He had been managing Hyaming Commercial Street for several years. However, today, a tycoon had bought the entire commercial street. It was really grand. Manager Zhang. What kind of person is the new boss who's coming? A sweet-looking girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhang Yongwen shook his head. I haven't seen him either. This happened too suddenly. It was only after receiving a call from Chun Chen that he knew the new boss was coming. But from the voice, he could tell that the person was young. He just didn't know which prestigious family the person came from. So, Zhang Yongwen and his team waited for a few more minutes. A Pagani Huayra slowly drove into the parking lot. Everyone, the person in the car is very likely the boss. Seeing the luxury sports car, Zhang Yongwen straightened up. He became even more nervous. In the city of magic, cars worth millions could be seen frequently. But it was rare to see a car like the Pagani Huayra worth tens of millions. So Zhang Yongwen guessed that it was very likely the boss had arrived. As the car parked, Zhang Yongwen immediately led his team respectfully towards it. Had reserved a private room. Arriving at the door of the private room, Chen Chen pushed it open. Chen Chen, long time no see. Why are you the only one here? Where's Zhao Kai? Qin Mingjie stood up, looking joyful. She was wearing a green dress, tall and elegant, with delicate features, the kind of beauty that ages well. Zhao Kai has to work overtime. He said he can't make it. Chen Chen explained. At this moment, there was another woman sitting next to Qin Mingjie, holding a small mirror and touching up her makeup. She was decent looking, but with heavy makeup, and seemed a bit arrogant. She glanced lightly at Chun Chen, then lowered her head to continue her makeup. Since Zhao Kai is busy, let's forget about it. Come sit down, take a look at the menu, don't be polite with your senior sister. Qin Mingjie said generously. Chen Chen shook his head and sat down opposite Qin Mingjie. This is my friend, he's Xuehui. Qin Mingjie introduced Chen Chen to her. He Xuehui treated Chun Chen as if he were invisible. After finishing her makeup, she pouted and looked at Qin Mingjie. Mingjie, I shouldn't have come out shopping with you. Look, my skin is all tanned. Next time, let's go out at night. Qin Mingjie just smiled and handed the menu to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the menu, called the waiter, and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant. The dishes here were not cheap, with each dish costing several hundred. But for the current Chen Chen, it really wasn't a big deal. Qin Mingjie used to treat him to meals often, so this time Chen Chen decided to treat her. Hey, you're really not holding back, huh? Ordering so many dishes, it's going to cost several thousand. Is the money that you think Chen Chen has just blowing in from the wind? He Xuehui couldn't stand it anymore. Although Chun Chen was very handsome, he Xuehui was not interested at all. Because in her opinion, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. In today's society, having money is the most important thing. Chen Chen did not expect he Xuehui's reaction to be so strong and said, I'll treat you to this meal. He Xuehui gave Chen Chen a disdainful look. Your monthly salary is probably only a few thousand, right? Can you afford it? Oh, I almost forgot, it seems like you don't have a job now either. When Qin Mingjie was on the phone with Chen Chen, he Xuehui happened to overhear. In her view, Chen Chen was clearly trying to take advantage of Qin Mingjie. This kind of man is the worst. He has no abilities of his own and only knows how to rely on women for a living. Xuehui, please stop. If you speak ill of Chun Chen again, I will end our friendship. Qin Mingjie knew that Chen Chen was not that kind of person. But given Chen Chen's current situation, she was a bit worried. Having just gone through a breakup and losing his job, Chen Chen must be under a lot of pressure. Chen Chen, since we agreed that I would treat you. Don't compete with me. Qin Mingjie adjusted the few strands of hair on her forehead. Come on, Mingjie. We've known each other for so long, and you're willing to end our friendship over this man. He Xuehui was a bit angry. Chen Chen was about to say something when his phone vibrated. It turned out to be a notification of a 1 billion deposit in his bank account. It should be the rent from Hyaming Commercial Street. But wait, shouldn't it be 13 billion? Chen Chen felt puzzled. At that moment, Zhang Yongwen's call also came in. You two keep talking, I'll go outside to take this call. Chen Chen got up and went outside to answer the phone. Seeing Chen Chen walk away, He Shuehui turned her head and looked at Qin Mingjie. Mingjie, you just said your younger brother broke up. You're not trying to set me up with him, are you? Let me make it clear, he's not my type. Qin Mingjie didn't expect He Shuehui to have such wild thoughts and said impatiently, come on, I just want to treat Chen Chen's younger brother to a meal. You're overthinking it. But speaking of which, isn't my younger brother handsome? He Shuehui shook her head, saying arrogantly, what's the use of being handsome? With his conditions, he's not even worthy of me. The Prince Charming in my dreams is not someone like your younger brother. Qin Mingjie knew that her friend had high standards. However, she did have some confidence in Chen Chen. Back in school, Chen Chen had good grades. Although he had faced some setbacks after entering society, it was only temporary. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Shuehui, don't look down on my younger brother. He Shuehui took a sip of the drink on the table and said, some things are destined, not something you can achieve through hard work. Look at the housing prices in the Magic City now, most people can't afford it even if they work hard all their lives. Qin Mingjie was stunned, realizing she couldn't argue back. However, she still had faith in Chen Chen. At that moment, Chen Chen was outside talking on the phone with Zhang Yangwen. Mr. Chen, you should have received a billion transfer by now, right? The bank said they would transfer 1 billion to you first, and the rest will come later. Zhang Yangwen explained the situation to Chen Chen. Okay, I got it. Zhang Yangwen continued, and also. After finishing the call, Chen Chen put away his phone and returned to the private room. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit caught sight of Chen Chen. Such a familiar figure. It's him. The middle-aged man recognized Chen Chen and felt extremely excited. He had just seen Chen Chen at the entrance of Zhang Yangwen's office. And he knew that Chen Chen was the owner of Hyaming Commercial Street. Now that Chen Chen was dining in his restaurant, it was a great opportunity to get to know him. He quickly walked to the door of the private room but stopped himself. He felt it would be too presumptuous to approach like that. Chen Chen is likely meeting with clients inside. It wouldn't be good to disturb him while he's discussing business. Boss. A waiter delivering dishes saw the restaurant owner standing at the door and quickly greeted him. Xiaomei, there are 2 bottles of rare red wine in my office. Go get them and offer them to the guests in the private room. Also, add a few more dishes for them. Just say it's from me. The waiter didn't ask further and followed the restaurant owner's instructions. Chen Chen returned to his seat. Qin Mingjie looked at him and said, Chen Chen, how about I introduce you to a job? The cost of living in the Magic City is high, and it's hard to sustain without a job. After some thought, Chen Chen decided to be honest with Qin Mingjie. Well, I'm a billionaire, I'll come clean. Sister, I don't need to work at all now. The entire Hyaming Commercial Street is mine. Chen Chen said seriously. However, as soon as he said this, he made He Shuehui burst into laughter. He Shuehui laughed so hard that she almost choked. Mingjie, your junior brother is quite good at bragging. And the whole commercial street belongs to him. Keep bragging, continue. He Shuehui even had tears in her eyes from laughing. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. But seeing Chen Chen's serious expression, she felt it might not be a lie. So, she was a bit puzzled. Seeing He Shuehui's exaggerated expression, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, he knew it would be like this. After all, no one would believe such a fantastical story if he told it. Chen Chen, are you joking with me? Qin Mingjie asked, half believing. Chen Chen shrugged, sister, if you think I'm joking, that's fine. Qin Mingjie shook her head helplessly. She also thought Chen Chen was joking. She had known Chen Chen for so long and knew he was not the type to throw away his pants even after washing them white. He didn't seem like a second-generation rich kid. On the other hand, He Shuehui continued to laugh uncontrollably. Is it that funny? Qin Mingjie felt speechless. I'm not laughing. No, I can't help it. He Shuehui burst into laughter. Chen Chen, ignore her. Qin Mingjie didn't dwell on it and changed the subject. After a few minutes, the food was brought to the table by the waiter. At the same time, 2 bottles of Lafite red wine were placed on the table. We didn't order red wine. And these dishes weren't ordered by us either. Is there a mistake? Qin Mingjie immediately noticed the high price of the 2 bottles of red wine. After all, her family was in the catering business. The waiter explained, the red wine and extra dishes are all gifts from our boss. He said he wanted to give them to this Mr. Chen. Qin Mingjie found it unbelievable. She never expected Chen Chen to have such prestige. Mingjie, are these 2 bottles of wine very expensive? He Shuehui leaned in close to Qin Mingjie and asked in a low voice. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen with her beautiful eyes and said, this is Lafite red wine, although it's not from 82. But 1 bottle costs over 50,000. He Shuehui was shocked. No way, such an expensive wine. And it's given to your junior brother. Could it be fake wine? He Shuehui questioned. Qin Mingjie took the red wine and examined it carefully. The wine was genuine. The waiter interjected, Miss, this wine cannot be fake. Our boss has kept it in the office and never wanted to drink it. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen again, asking in a puzzled tone, Chen Chen, do you even know the owner of this restaurant? Chen Chen shook his head, I don't know. He looked at the waiter next to him and said, could it be that your boss mistook someone else for me? Chen Chen couldn't recall knowing anyone who owned a restaurant here. Let me ask the boss. The waiter, afraid of making a mistake, quickly left the private room. After a while, a middle-aged man with glasses walked into the room. The middle-aged man smiled and approached Chen Chen respectfully. Mr. Chen, hello. The red wine in these dishes are specially prepared for you. Please don't dislike them, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, I don't think I know you. The middle-aged man smiled, Mr. Chen, I just had the privilege of meeting you at the entrance of Mr. Zhang's office. You are the owner of Hyaming Business Street, this meal is on me. If you need anything else, just let me know. He wanted to please Chen Chen. After all, such a good opportunity is not something everyone can encounter. To be able to buy a whole commercial street, how powerful must the backing be? Unimaginable. What? Chen Chen, is this Hyaming Business Street really yours? Qin Mingjie was completely shocked, her red lips slightly parted. Even Yi Shuehui, after seeing this scene, was speechless, covering her mouth. Oh my god. This Chen Chen is actually a tycoon. No, it should be said that he is a super tycoon. How much money does it take to buy this whole commercial street? Yi Shuehui was calculating in her mind. But her math was taught by a music teacher. She couldn't figure it out at all. Anyway, for her, it's just an astronomical figure. Senior sister, I just told you. But you didn't believe me. Chen Chen said helplessly. Mr. Chen, I won't disturb your meal. Just call me if you need anything. Enjoy your meal. The restaurant owner tactfully exited the private room. Qin Mingjie smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is really too magical. Chen Chen, what does your family do? Don't tell me your parents are ordinary people. If Chen Chen comes from an ordinary family, it's impossible for him to own a whole commercial street. Chen Chen knew that his senior sister was not easy to fool. He was thinking about how to explain. And at this moment, Yi Shuehui's gaze towards Chen Chen had also changed. From disdain at the beginning, it turned into admiration now. Chen Chen is so rich, and he looks handsome too. Isn't he the tall, rich, and handsome she has been desperately looking for? Yi Shuehui sipped her drink, trying to calm herself down. Her gaze was still fixed on Chen Chen. Senior sister, my parents are indeed ordinary people. Chen Chen smiled casually. His family is just ordinary. It's just that he's extraordinary. Qin Mingjie looked at Chun Chen with a resentful look and scolded, "You, Qin Chen. I was so good to you before, and you still want to deceive me." She couldn't believe that Chen Chen's parents were ordinary people. Chen Chen smiled and said, "Senior sister, I really didn't lie to you. Listen to me, the truth is like this. I have a friend who runs a farm abroad. A few years ago, when the funds were insufficient, it almost went bankrupt. So I asked my family for some money to invest." He Shuehui listened with interest and interjected, "I understand. Later, your friend's farm grew bigger and stronger, and you also benefited, right?" Chen Shen shook his head, "Not really. The farm business is not profitable. Until recently, it was almost in the red." Qin Mingjie and He Shuehui looked at each other. They were a bit confused. If running a farm doesn't make money, where did Chen Chen's money come from? Was it really a stroke of luck? Chen Chen, don't keep me in suspense. Qin Mingjie really wanted to know the answer. Chen Chen took a sip of his drink, cleared his throat, and then said, "Last month, just as my friend was about to sell the farm, he discovered a diamond mine underground on the farm." Qin Mingjie happened to take a sip of her drink and sprayed it out directly. "No, really?" He Shuehui stared at Chun Chen in amazement, full of envy. Could this be the legendary overnight fortune? Chen Chen, your friend's luck is really too good. I'm jealous. Chen Chen shrugged, I also have a stake in that farm. So, that's how it is. Qin Mingjie still had some doubts in her mind, but she didn't pursue it further. No wonder Chen Chen said he wanted to treat. It turns out he made a fortune. It really proves the saying, no night grass makes the horse fat, no windfall makes the person rich. When good luck comes, you can't avoid it. Okay, let's eat. Wait, the dishes are getting cold. Chen Chen didn't plan to continue discussing this topic. Yes, let's eat. Qin Mingjie shook her head. She had wanted to introduce a job to Chen Chen. Now it seems completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Qin Mingjie noticed that He Shuehui next to her was acting strange. Shuehui, why have you been staring at my junior brother? He Shuehui realized she had lost control and lowered her head to eat. But she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen had just broken up with his girlfriend, didn't that mean she had a chance? Thinking of this, He Shuehui became even more excited. If she could get close to Chen Chen, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. And now Chen Chen is still the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street, which would give her a lot of face if it spread. Chen Chen, don't you want to have a drink? He Shuehui asked gently. She was completely different from her arrogant attitude at the beginning. I'm not drinking, I have to drive later. Senior sister, these 2 bottles of wine are for you. Qin Mingjie said, these were given to you by the restaurant owner, I don't want them. And this restaurant owner is too polite. He even sent so many dishes. We can't finish them all. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qin Mingjie didn't know which dish to try first. Qin Mingjie chatted with Chen Chen, while He Shuehui also gathered her courage. Chen Chen, aren't you single now? What do you think of me? He Shuehui gave Chen Chen a flirtatious look. Chen Chen felt goosebumps. Although He Shuehui was somewhat attractive, he was not interested in materialistic women. Seeing He Shuehui's current attitude reminded Chen Chen of Yan Lily, his ex-girlfriend. Like Yan Lily, He Shuehui was also a very practical woman. Being practical is not wrong, but being too practical is off-putting. Chen Chen smiled and continued eating without saying a word. Shuehui, are you interested in my junior brother? Qin Mingjie also felt speechless. After all, He Shuehui had just said that Chen Chen was not her type. But after knowing that Chen Chen was wealthy, her attitude changed immediately. Come on, can't you be less materialistic? How could I? Don't talk nonsense. I was just asking casually. He Shuehui denied 3 times. She realized that winning over Chen Chen was not that easy. Qin Mingjie raised an eyebrow. Although He Shuehui didn't admit it, she could tell that her friend was interested in Chen Chen. Looking at Chen Chen, who was indifferent, it was obvious that he had no interest in He Shuehui. The meal lasted half an hour. He Shuehui still tried hard to find topics to talk to Chen Chen more. Chen Chen was really not used to it, so after finishing the meal, he quickly found a topic and left. Shuejie, we finished the meal. I have to go back first. Xin Mengjie nodded, we should go back too, let's go. After that, the three of them got up and left the private room. The restaurant owner was still outside the door, smiling and asking Chen Chen, Mr. Chen, did you enjoy the meal? Chen Chen replied, it was very good. The restaurant owner's face was full of smiles. Mr. Chen, if you have time in the future, you are welcome to come anytime. I welcome you with open arms. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't drink, he handed the 2 bottles of Lafite red wine to Chen Chen. Chen Chen had to accept the gesture and took them back. On the way to the parking lot, He Shuehui followed closely behind Chen Chen. Chen Chen, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to supper. He Shuehui invited. Chen Chen declined, I happen to have something tonight. If it were another woman inviting him, Chen Chen might consider it. But this He Shuehui, better not, after all, Chen Chen is not the kind of person who eats anything. Hearing Chen Chen say this, He Shuehui seemed a little disappointed. As they walked, Chen Chen also walked to the side of the Pagani Huayra. Senior, next time when you're free, I'll treat you to a big meal again. Qin Mengjie's beautiful eyes smiled, okay. Wait. Chen Chen, is this car yours? Qin Mengjie shifted her gaze to the Pagani Huayra. Seeing Chen Chen nod, Qin Mengjie's red lips slightly parted. Although she couldn't recognize the sports car in front of her, it was easy to see that the car was definitely expensive. This seems to be a Pagani Huayra. He Shuehui covered her mouth, looking shocked. Usually, when she had nothing to do, she liked to browse some luxury items and famous cars and watches online. So she could tell that the sports car in front of her was truly owned by a super rich person. To have such a luxurious sports car of this level. Love it, love it. Shuehui, you actually know what car this is. It must be very expensive, right? Qin Mengjie blinked her eyes. He Shuehui tried to calm herself down, I forgot, but it must be at least millions. She felt a bit confused. Chen Chen took out the car keys, opened the car door, and casually said, actually, it's not expensive, just over 30 million. Qin Mengjie's eye twitched. Big brother, over 30 million is not expensive? Listen, is this person speaking the truth? He Shuehui's eyes lit up, suddenly had an idea. Chen Chen, we happen to be going the same way, can you give me a ride? Qin Mengjie felt speechless, pushed He Shuehui, you don't even know where my junior brother lives? Going the same way? He Shuehui stomped her foot, a bit dissatisfied, hey Mengjie, you know it's fine, why do you have to expose it? I just want to sit in it. While speaking, He Shuehui looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen, you will fulfill this small request of mine, right? At this moment, Chen Chen's only thought was to leave here. He quickly sat in the driver's seat of the Pagani Huayra, sorry, I have something else to do. He Shuehui interjected, it's okay, I happen to have nothing to do. Wherever you go, I'll go. Chen Chen felt a headache. Could it be true, is there really such a weird person in this world? Qin Mengjie couldn't bear it anymore, she grabbed He Shuehui. Shuehui, that's enough. Don't scare my junior brother. He Shuehui also realized that she had lost control and looked a bit embarrassed. And so, Chen Chen drove away from Hyaming Commercial Street. Seeing He Shuehui's lost and dejected look, Qin Mengjie said impatiently, you're not really interested in my junior brother, are you? He Shuehui shook her head, no, I was just joking with you junior brother. Qin Mengjie said, sure, you were. I see you drooling over my junior brother's body, you're shameless. He Shuehui shrugged, okay, I admit, I really like Chen Chen. Mengjie, please help me. Qin Mengjie walked towards her car and said, I advise you to give up on this. Haven't you noticed? My junior brother has no feelings for you. He Xuehui caught up with Qin Mingjie, looking determined. This is fate arranged by heaven for me, I have to give it a try no matter what. Qin Mingjie. Chen Chen drove to a nearby mall. He walked into a Gucci store. Sir, welcome. Two good-looking female shop assistants greeted Chen Chen. Help me pick out a few sets of clothes. Any piece of clothing here costs several thousand yuan. In the past, Chen Chen wouldn't dare to come to such a place to shop. Sir, this way please. The female shop assistant picked out several sets of clothes for Chen Chen. Chen Chen tried them on and found them all to be good. He bought 6 sets of clothes, spending over 10,000 yuan. But Chen Chen didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, there were still nearly 2 billion in his bank account. And there's still 12 billion in rent that hasn't been received. The female clerk saw Chen Chen paying without blinking an eye and guessed that he must be a wealthy man. She gave Chen Chen a membership card and handed him a business card. Sir, our store also offers clothing customization services. If you need anything, you can contact me. Chen Chen accepted the business card. He drove back to the residential area. When he almost reached the residential area, he received a deposit of 12 billion in his bank account. Chen Chen was excited to see so much money for the first time. Now, the rent for Jaime Commercial Street for this month was also fully paid. Chen Chen finally experienced the joy of collecting rent. Back in the parking lot of the residential area, Chen Chen parked his car, humming a tune as he got out of the car. As he entered the elevator, he noticed a small dog following him without him noticing. It was a cute and fluffy white Pomeranian. It was wandering around Chen Chen's feet, occasionally looking up at him curiously. Whose pet is this? Chen Chen checked around but didn't see anyone nearby. Little one, go find your owner. However, the Pomeranian didn't understand Chen Chen's words and continued to follow him. Chen Chen had no choice but to let it follow him. Back in the lobby, Chen Chen put down his things. The Pomeranian seemed to have taken a liking to Chen Chen and showed no intention of leaving. With nothing else to do, Chen Chen took out a lollipop and offered it to the Pomeranian. The little one happily started munching on it. Little one, you're lucky to have met me. Chen Chen played with the Pomeranian for a while, then took it to the property management office to find its owner. He then returned to the lobby, found his mother's bank card account number, and tried to transfer 2 million directly. However, his mother's bank card had a limit, so he could only transfer 10,000. Forget it, I'll just transfer 10,000 for now. Chen Chen seemed a bit helpless. Coming from a humble background, now that he had money, he wanted to improve his family's living conditions. After a while, he called his mother. Mom, what are you doing? Li Ling said, just finished dinner, about to go to work. Chen Chen's parents were both working class. It hadn't been easy for them to send Chen Chen to college over the years. Mom, don't work anymore in the future. I just transferred 10,000 to your bank card. Li Ling was surprised. 10,000? Son, where did you get so much money? In Li Ling's eyes, it was very difficult for Chen Chen, who had just entered society, to earn 10,000 through work. Chen Chen made up a random reason. A few years ago, I invested in a company with my classmates. I made quite a bit of money. Mom, when you have time, go with Dad to see the new house, don't live in that old neighborhood anymore. I'll pay for the house. Although his parents lived in the city, the house was old and run down due to being in an old part of town. The chance of benefiting from urban redevelopment was not something everyone could encounter. Those who became rich overnight through redevelopment were few and far between. Li Ling said, Son, there's no need to buy a new house. Your father and I are used to living here. Now that housing prices were high, Li Ling didn't want to add pressure to her son. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chen said, Mom, we definitely need to buy a new house. When I bring my girlfriend back in the future, you wouldn't want us to live in the old house, right? Chen Chen said this to persuade his mother. Indeed, when it came to the future daughter-in-law, Li Ling became more understanding. Son, are you dating someone? She didn't know about Chen Chen's relationship with Yan Lily since he hadn't mentioned it. I'm in a relationship. Chen Chen chose to lie. Li Ling was excited. Son, when you have time, you must bring your girlfriend home for me to see. As for buying a new house, I'll make time to go see one tomorrow. Hearing that her son was doing well, Li Ling was also very happy. Chen Chen said, okay. After buying a better house, a villa is also fine. Don't try to save money on me. After some persuasion, Chen Chen finally convinced his mother. Not long after, a beautiful woman with a small Pomeranian in her arms took the elevator to the 16th floor. It was the same Pomeranian that Chen Chen had encountered in the parking lot. Wait for me. Following behind the woman was a man in a suit. Lin Yara stopped, turned around, and looked displeased at the man behind her. Sun Menglin, didn't I tell you before? Stop following me all the time. Sun Menglin smiled. I just wanted to ask if you have time. Let's go play together tomorrow. Lin Yara said expressionlessly, no. With that, she turned towards the door and rang the doorbell at Chen Chen's house. But I heard you're not busy these days. Lin Yara pretended not to hear and ignored Sun Menglin. Sun Menglin stood beside Lin Yara, looking at the small Pomeranian in her arms. He suddenly felt a bit jealous. He was not even as good as a dog. He had been pursuing Lin Yara since college, but all his attempts had failed. After a while, Chen Chen came to open the door. He was immediately captivated by Lin Yara's beauty. Lin Yara was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt, giving off a comfortable and serene vibe. Her features were delicate, and she was slender. Her fair and glossy skin made her look like a sacred goddess. Most importantly, the beautiful woman in front of Chen Chen felt familiar. It seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. Sir, hello. Thank you for helping me find Onion. Lin Yara's voice was pleasant, and her smile was charming. The Onion she mentioned was the small Pomeranian in her arms. Lin Yara had taken the Pomeranian downstairs to buy something, but it got lost. Luckily, Chen Chen had taken the Pomeranian to the property management office, or they might not have found it. Lin Yara had found out from the property management office that Chen Chen lived on the 16th floor. Coincidentally, Lin Yara lived on the 17th floor. Seeing Chen Chen, the small Pomeranian in Lin Yara's arms seemed excited and wanted to break free from her embrace. You named it Onion? Chen Chen pointed at the Pomeranian. Lin Yara smiled with her beautiful eyes and nodded. I live upstairs. Onion is my friend's pet. She happened to be on a business trip these days, so she left Onion at my place. If you hadn't helped me find Onion, I wouldn't know how to explain to my friend. Chen Chen laughed. It was just a small favor. Seeing that Chen Chen was sunny and handsome, Lin Yara couldn't help but ask, by the way, sir, may I know your name? I'm Chen Chen. Lin Yara looked at Chen Chen with her beautiful eyes and smiled. Mr. Chen, you've done me a big favor. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. Lin Yara's gestures and smiles exuded a charming demeanor. That's not necessary. Chen Chen refused verbally. But if the beautiful woman in front of him really wanted to treat him to a meal, he would agree. I'm Lin Yara. Nice to meet you. When Lin Yara mentioned her name, Chen Chen suddenly remembered. Yes, this Lin Yara was a celebrity, and quite well known. Lin Yara had reached the peak of her career 2 years ago. Chen Chen had watched the TV dramas she starred in. However, later on, Lin Yara's works became less frequent. She even slowly faded from the public eye. Slapping his forehead, Chen Chen said, I remember now. So you're the famous star Lin Yara. Lin Yara's smile suddenly turned bitter, and she self-deprecatingly said, what famous star? You're overestimating me. Lin Yara extended her fair hand and shook hands with Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, can I have your phone number? I'll treat you to a meal next time. Chen Chen casually gave out his number. Sun Menglin stood dumbfounded on the side, feeling unhappy seeing Lin Yara being so polite to Chen Chen, especially when I heard that Lin Yara wanted to invite Chen Chen to dinner. I felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin Yara left after finishing her thanks. Sun Menglin gave Chun Chen a strange look and followed Lin Yao out. So there's a celebrity living upstairs. Chen Chen closed the door, wondering if his luck with relationships had finally arrived. After a few minutes passed like this, the doorbell rang again. Who is it? Chen Chen asked, a bit exasperated, as he went to open the door. He found it was the man who had been following Lin Yao earlier. Judging by his attire, he was a wealthy man. Sun Menglin smiled confidently and took out a business card from his pocket. I'm Sun Menglin, nice to meet you. Chen Chen took the card and saw that Sun Menglin was the vice president of a listed company. However, that was it. What's the matter? Chen Chen felt that Sun Menglin's visit was not friendly. Sun Menglin glanced inside the house and said with a smile, to be honest, I have my eye on your house. Name your price, sell me the house. Sun Menglin wanted to live in the same community so he could see Lin Yao every day. He believed that one day he could win Lin Yao over. Chen Chen was not a fool. He saw through Sun Menglin's intentions. I'm sorry, it's not for sale. This was the first luxury house Chen Chen had obtained from the system, and he had no intention of selling it. Sun Menglin frowned. He didn't expect Chen Chen to refuse him. Don't you know who I am? Can't you see my status? Sun Menglin knew this was an affluent area. But with his status, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He had met many rich kids in the city, and in his circle, Chen Chen was nothing special. So in Sun Menglin's eyes, Chen Chen was just someone with money. Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, your status has nothing to do with me. This house is mine, and if I say it's not for sale, then it's not for sale. Sun Menglin was displeased. He felt challenged. I'll give you 1 billion. You better move out tomorrow. Sun Menglin said in a threatening tone. Chen Chen laughed, you want to buy my house for 1 billion? Are you kidding me? This house was worth 180 million, and it had great potential for appreciation. Sun Menglin's offer of 1 billion was ridiculous. Sun Menglin sneered, you underestimate me. I'm offering you 1 billion because I respect you. Chen Chen shrugged, I don't need your respect. With that, he was about to close the door. Wait. Sun Menglin gritted his teeth, 2 billion. He planned to deceive Chen Chen first. Once he got the house, whether to pay or not was another matter. You're crazy, get help. Chen Chen left a parting remark and closed the door directly. Sun Menglin's mouth twitched. He was furious. You? How dare you say I need help? Sun Menglin's face turned ugly, and he clenched his fists. He had wanted to teach Chen Chen a lesson, but he thought better of it. After all, his goddess lived upstairs, and it wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. Very well. You've got guts. Sun Menglin turned around angrily and entered the elevator. He first went to the community's property management office, hoping to get information about Chen Chen. However, he underestimated the property management of the community. This was one of the top luxury areas in the city, and the property management wouldn't casually disclose the homeowner's information. Sun Menglin had no choice but to leave in frustration. But he wasn't going to give up. Chen Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, opened a bottle of Lafite red wine he had brought back, and savored it alone. The taste was not bad. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, Chen Chen changed into a different outfit, ready to attend a banquet. Just as he was about to pick up the keys to his Pagani Huayra, he suddenly remembered that he had been drinking in the afternoon. Adhering to the principle of not drinking and driving, he immediately called Zhao Kai. Fengge, what's up? Zhao Kai asked excitedly upon receiving a call from Chen Chen. Where are you? Come over, I need a driver. Zhao Kai said, Fengge, I'm still working overtime. Forget about that, I'll take you to a banquet later. Zhao Kai was stunned, Fengge, an event that only big shots like you can attend, it wouldn't be suitable for me. Zhao Kai had a clear understanding of his own status. I say it's suitable, so it is. Stop dilly-dallying. Zhao Kai could only agree. He hailed a taxi and rushed to the residential area where Chen Chen was. Truly the most expensive area in the entire city. Upon entering the area, Zhao Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Kai's dream was simple, to buy his own house in the city. As for a house in Tangchen Yiping, he didn't dare to think about it. Feng Gu. Zhao Kai walked quickly towards Chen Chen upon seeing him. Alright, let's go. Chen Chen tossed the car keys to Zhao Kai. My God, a Pagani. Zhao Kai was shocked to see the car keys in his hand. Feng Gu, this sports car isn't yours, is it? Zhao Kai looked at Chen Chen, then at the nearby Pagani Huayra. When Chen Chen invited him for supper last night, they took a taxi. So Zhao Kai was seeing this sports car for the first time. A sports car worth over 30 million, it was impossible not to be shocked. Surprised? Chen Chen felt a bit speechless. After all, he was now the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. What's wrong with having a sports car? Not surprised. Zhao Kai shook his head vigorously. Seeing Chen Chen get into the car, he also took the driver's seat. Feng Gu, I really envy you now. Luxury cars and mansions. Zhao Kai was driving such an expensive car for the first time, his hands were trembling. Chen Chen said, don't worry, you'll have them too in the future. Zhao Kai smiled bitterly, Feng Gu, you think too highly of me. Nowadays, without background or connections, it's really hard to achieve social mobility. By the way, Feng Gu, where are we going? Yiping Pavilion. Chen Chen asked, are you scared? Zhao Kai shook his head, no. Then why are your feet shaking? Zhao Kai awkwardly smiled, Feng Gu, it's my first time driving such an expensive car. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. And so, Zhao Kai acted as the driver, and they headed to Yiping Pavilion. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the parking lot of Yiping Pavilion. Feng Gu, we're here. Other identities. But Chen Chen was not afraid at all. Right now, he just wanted to complete the mission the system had given him. To subdue Sun Menglin. Smack! Chen Chen slapped Sun Menglin again. Sun Menglin's mind went blank, his eyes filled with anger. This despicable Chen Chen, how dare he? You're too arrogant. I suggest you check my identity. The volcano in Sun Menglin's heart was about to erupt. Chen Chen shrugged, I don't care about your identity. If you still don't submit, I'll keep hitting you until you do. Zhao Kai watched Chen Chen's back with increasing admiration and a desire to act. Chen Chen had already taken action, so as his driver, he couldn't just stand there. If you're so capable, keep hitting me. I'll have you know, my dad is at Yupingshuan. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Sun Menglin gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Chen fiercely. Very well, I'll oblige you. Zhao Kai, join in. Chen Chen had never seen such a request before. Of course, he would oblige the other party. Upon hearing Chen Chen's command, Zhao Kai excitedly joined the fight. Sun Menglin was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. He didn't beg for mercy, still shouting, how dare you hit me? I won't spare you. Chen Chen snorted coldly, you're not convinced, are you? Then let's continue fighting. The commotion at the door finally alerted Lu Mengqing and the other shareholders of the company. They were planning to welcome the new chairman at the door. What's happening? It seems to be Chairman Chen. Lu Mengqing was the first to recognize Chen Chen's figure and quickly walked over. The other shareholders of the company had not seen Chen Chen before, but seeing Lu Mengqing walk over, they followed suit. Chairman Chen. Seeing Chen Chen beating someone, Lu Mengqing didn't dare to get too close. Dad, help me. Sun Menglin saw his father's figure in the crowd and hurriedly called out. Stop, why are you hitting my son? Sun Lijun saw his son being beaten and stepped forward, glaring angrily at Chen Chen and Zhao Kai. Sun Lijun owned shares in Longhu Pharmaceuticals and also had some connections in the city, exuding a strong aura. Zhao Kai was frightened and had to stop. However, Chen Shen seemed not to have heard and continued kicking a few more times until he got tired. Sun Manglin struggled to get up and hid behind Sun Lijun. His face was bruised and swollen, looking pitiful. "Dad, these two are too much. They dared to hit me." Sun Manglin complained to his father, glaring at Chen Shen with resentment. Sun Lijun's gaze darkened. Seeing his son being beaten in public, he was also very angry. "Why are you hitting my son? You better give me an explanation." Sun Lijun's voice was cold. Chen Shen glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and shrugged. "Sorry. That's just how I do things." Sun Lijun squinted his eyes. He had not expected the other party to be so arrogant. Lu Mengqing approached Chen Shen and asked, "Chairman Chen, what's going on?" "Chairman Chen?" Hearing Lu Mengqing address him like that, the other shareholders of the company looked at each other. They had heard that a young man had bought 80% of the shares of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. They never expected him to be so young. "Hello, Chairman Chen." "Hello, Mr. Chen." The shareholders and senior executives of the company greeted Chen Shen respectfully. "What? He's the new chairman?" The most colorful expressions came from Sun Lijun and his son. Initially angry, Sun Lijun calmed down immediately upon hearing Chen Shen's identity. A figure like Chen Shen was not someone they could afford to offend. Sun Manglin also became afraid. He had thought Chen Shen had no background, but he never expected him to be the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. Dad, did I cause trouble? What do we do now?" Sun Manglin was at a loss, feeling only anxiety and regret. "Chairman Shen, I don't know where my son offended you. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding." Sun Lijun tried to downplay the situation, wanting to make a big deal small and a small deal nothing. He didn't know the cause of the incident, but right or wrong no longer mattered. Even if his son was right, he could only apologize. Offending Chen Shen would make it difficult for them to survive in the city in the future. "Misunderstanding? Ask your precious son if it's a misunderstanding." Chen Shen sneered. Sun Manglin had already provoked Chen Shen once in the neighborhood earlier. At that time, Chen Shen had ignored him. Sun Lijun realized things were going south, turned around, and glared angrily at Sun Manglin. Sun Manglin realized he had caused trouble and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, it's my fault. I shouldn't have threatened Chairman Chen. Please, beg Chairman Chen for forgiveness." Sun Lijun was furious and gave Sun Manglin a big slap. "You unfilial son! How dare you offend even Chairman Chen? Don't call me dad in the future, you are not my son." Sun Lijun was so angry he almost spat out blood. He couldn't understand how he had such a useless son who always caused trouble. Sun Manglin suddenly became at a loss for words. If time could be reversed, he would never provoke Chen Shen. Because Chen Shen's background is really terrifying. The other shareholders in the company saw it but remained silent, looking somewhat pleased with the misfortune of others. Where there are people, there is a world of power struggles. Sun Lijun actually doesn't have a good reputation within the company. He is the kind of smooth talker who knows how to navigate social situations. This time, he suggested hosting a banquet for Chen Shen at Yupingchuan. Unfortunately, he couldn't please Chen Shen, and his son ended up offending him instead. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Director Chen." Sun Lijun glared at his son, shouting angrily. Sun Manglin timidly raised his head, glanced at Chen Shen, then quickly lowered it again. "Director Chen, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. I shouldn't have threatened you." Sun Manglin bowed deeply, feeling extremely nervous. Chen Shen stepped forward, asking with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Now I ask you one thing. Do you submit?" Sun Manglin, like a startled rabbit, shrank back. "Director Chen, I submit." He was afraid that Chen Shen would still take action. "Do you still want my house now?" Sun Manglin shook his head vigorously. "Director Chen, I don't want it anymore. Please spare me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing Sun Manglin and completing a random task. Obtained a chance for instant kill. Instant kill item, a small blue pill. Chen Shen felt speechless, thinking to himself, system, really? After finally getting a chance for an instant kill, the item turns out to be a small blue pill. Do you think I need that thing? The system explained, this blue pill is not the same as the other blue pill. This pill can enhance the host's physique and also increase charm. Chen Shen suddenly realized, indeed, it's the system. Products from the system are always top-notch. Instant kill. And walked to the mirror, examining himself carefully. It was unbelievable. Chen Shen found that his body had changed. Not only were his arms firmer, but he also had an 8-pack abs. A solid muscle man. His face had also undergone some minor changes. His skin had become smoother, and even his eyes looked more spirited. In short, he had become more handsome than before. Is this the change brought by the blue pill? Chen Shen was ecstatic. He wished he had more of these pills. Feeling sticky, he went to the bathroom for a shower. Then he walked to the living room in his boxers and found someone sleeping on the sofa. Yes, it was Lu Mengqing. Startled by the sound, Lu Mengqing woke up. When she saw Chen Shen in just his shorts, she blushed and sat up abruptly. Mr. Chen, why aren't you wearing clothes? Lu Mengqing's face turned red. Seeing Chen Shen's almost perfect body, her heart couldn't help but race. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands. But Chen Shen seemed to have become more handsome. Lu Mengqing peeked through a gap between her fingers. At this moment, Chen Shen exuded a special charm that attracted her. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. Chen Shen didn't expect Lu Mengqing to stay overnight here, so he hurried back to his room. It was too embarrassing. As Chen Shen ran back to his room, Lu Mengqing tidied up her clothes and hair. Her face gradually returned to normal. She had to admit that Chen Shen's physique was really amazing. If only I could take a few more glances. Lu Mengqing thought to herself. Wait, Lu Mengqing, what are you thinking? How can you be so enamored with Mr. Chen's body? Just as Lu Mengqing was lost in her thoughts, Chen Shen finished dressing. I'm really sorry. Chen Shen appeared in the hall again, awkwardly touching his nose. By the way, Assistant Lu, why didn't you go back last night? Lu Mengqing looked at Chen Shen's handsome face, with a blush on her cheeks. Oh my, Director Chen is getting more and more handsome. She quickly averted her gaze. If she kept looking like this, she might fall for him. Director Chen, it seems like you drank a bit too much last night. So I stayed here. Chen Shen laughed, thank you so much. He didn't pass out last night because of drinking too much, but because of the blue pill. Of course, he couldn't tell Lu Mengqing about it. Director Chen, you're too polite. Lu Mengqing stole another glance at Chen Shen. His charm made people want to get closer. How about we go out for breakfast together? Chen Shen changed the subject. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mengqing agreed. After breakfast, Lu Mengqing left alone. Chen Shen returned to the hall, ready to start today's flash sale. Finally, it was 8 o'clock. The flash sale started on time. Ding! Flash sale starts today. Flash sale item, 55% stake in Qingfeng Entertainment. Chen Shen smiled and said, System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 55% stake in Qingfeng Entertainment. Flash sale preview for tomorrow, 70% stake in Jianglan Real Estate. Chen Shen was still in the joy of a successful flash sale. When he heard about tomorrow's flash sale preview, he couldn't help but get excited. Jianglan Real Estate, a real estate company with a market value of over 150 billion. This meant that by tomorrow, Chen Shen would have stakes in $2 billion companies. System, can you stop teasing me? Can you give me the flash sale opportunity now? The system said, no. Please be patient and wait for tomorrow's flash sale. Chen Shen helplessly shook his head. If the system said so, what else could he do? Just wait. After 3 days of flash sales, Chen Shen also noticed a pattern. All the assets he acquired were in Modu. Could this be related to his current location? Chen Shan didn't think too much about it. At 10 o'clock, he called the general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment and said he wanted to visit the company. The general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment, named Zhang Song, who was slightly chubby, dared not neglect him. He had already brought the company's executives to wait at the headquarters gate. As Chen Shen appeared, everyone bowed and greeted him. "Hello, Director Chen." The general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment, Zhang Song, respectfully stood in front of Chen Shen. "Director Chen, it's hot outside. Let's talk in the office." Chen Shen nodded and walked into the company. Since he had become the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, he naturally had to check on the company's situation. In the office, Chen Shen looked at the documents in his hand while the general manager personally made tea for him. As for the other executives of the company, they had already gathered in the meeting room. With a new chairman, there might be changes in other aspects of the company. Of course, this was just speculation. Chen Shen briefly looked at the documents and then put them down. General Manager Zhang Song asked, "Director Chen, I have asked the other leaders of the company to go to the meeting room. Would you like to give them some instructions?" Zhang Song couldn't figure out Chen Shen's temper. Chen Shen agreed. Led by Zhang Song, he went to the meeting room. The meeting room of Qingfeng Entertainment was not large, but it could accommodate over 100 people. At this time, all the company's executives were present. Zhang Song opened the microphone and said some welcoming words for Chen Shen's arrival. "Next, please let Director Chen give instructions for the company's future development." Chen Shen took the microphone and cleared his throat. "I'll keep it brief. Regarding the company's future development, just continue as usual. Everyone should do their own job." "Alright, I'm done." People took out their notebooks, ready to take notes. After hearing Chen Shen's last sentence, they were stunned. "You really kept it brief. But it's also true, it fits the style of young people. If someone else were the chairman, don't expect it to end without saying a word in the morning." Immediately, there was enthusiastic applause in the conference room. In fact, just now in the office, Chen Shen had already reviewed the company's development plan. As one of the top 5 film and television companies in China, it was doing well in all aspects. Chen Shen was too lazy to get involved in professional matters and left them to the professionals. Lin Yar and her agent arrived at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. She had a contract to sign. However, today Lin Yar found the company unusually quiet. Today is not a weekend. Did everyone take a day off? Lin Yar glanced at her agent and asked the question in her mind. The agent replied, "I heard the company has a new chairman. The company's leaders are all in a meeting in the conference room." Lin Yar nodded, "I see. Xiaolin, do you think there will be any changes in the company after the new chairman takes over?" Lin Yar had just signed with Qingfeng Film and Television Company and had taken on several roles. If there were significant changes in the company, she would definitely be affected. Xiaolin, the agent, shook her head, "I'm not sure either. We can only wait until after the meeting to find out." Lin Yar remained silent, lost in thought. She had reached the peak of her career, but due to some reasons, she had not acted for over a year. Signing with Qingfeng Film and Television Company was a good opportunity for her to prove herself again. "Forget it, let's wait in the office," Xiaolin, the agent, suggested. Just then, Chen Shen also finished the meeting and came out. General Manager Zhang Song escorted Chen Shen out. "Mr. Chen. What a coincidence, you're here too." Meeting Chen Shen at Qingfeng Film and Television Company surprised Lin Yar. Moreover, Chen Shen today seemed even more handsome than yesterday. Lin Yar wondered if she was mistaken. "Miss Lin." Chen Shen glanced at Lin Yar, also feeling surprised. Lin Yar smiled and greeted General Manager Zhang Song. "Chairman Chen, you know Miss Lin Yar too." Zhang Song stood behind Chen Shen and smiled. "We've met before." Chen Shen replied. "General Zhang, who is this?" Lin Yar's agent Xiaolin was attracted by Chen Shen's charm and asked Zhang Song. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is our new chairman at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. Chen Chen, Chairman Chen. Xiaolin, the agent, was shocked. He is the new chairman of the company? He's so young. She looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen was not only young but also had a high status. Wasn't he the legendary tall, rich, and handsome man? Xiaolin, the agent, also became fascinated as she looked at him. Lin Yara covered her red lips with her jade hand, equally shocked. Chen Chen seemed to be around the same age as her, probably just graduated from college. But he had already become the chairman of Qingfeng Film and Television Company. That was impressive. Lin Yara smiled. Chairman Chen. I am now a contracted artist of Qingfeng Film and Television Company, please take care of me in the future. Chen Chen nodded. It was no wonder Lin Yara was at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. She had already signed with the company. Lin Yara, elegant and graceful like a goddess, continued, I mentioned yesterday about inviting you to dinner. I wonder if Chairman Chen has time for lunch? Chen Chen was about to suggest another day. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Random task released. If the host agrees to have dinner with Lin Yara and take her home, an additional chance for a kill will be obtained. Chen Chen was stunned. Yesterday's random task was to defeat Sun Manglin. And today, it was to agree to have dinner with Lin Yara. System, isn't this random task too arbitrary? Or did the system want him to get into a relationship? Although Lin Yara's looks could be considered goddess level, Chen Chen was not a shallow man who only cared about appearances. Well, let's complete the task first. After all, for Chen Chen, it was not difficult. I do have time for lunch. Lin Yara smiled and said, then please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. Once we sign the contract, we will set off. Chen Chen agreed, okay. Anyway, he had nothing else to do back at home. General Manager Zhang Song said, Mr. Chen, why don't you go sit in the office for a while? I'll go take a look and help Miss Lin Yara finalize the contract as soon as possible. Chen Chen didn't say anything and patiently waited in the office. As Chen Chen left, Lin's agent, Xiao Lin, couldn't help but gossip. Yara, how did you meet Mr. Chen? Lin Yara knew the other party misunderstood and explained, yesterday I almost lost my onion, luckily Mr. Chen helped me find it. I said I wanted to invite him to dinner, it's that simple. Xiao Lin's agent exclaimed, isn't this what they call fate? Lin Yara shook her head, this is not fate, just a coincidence. Xiao Lin, do you want to come too? Xiao Lin's agent said, I'll pass. Yara, seize this opportunity. Men as handsome as Mr. Chen are hard to find. Lin Yara raised an eyebrow. Come on, I just wanted to invite Chen Chen to dinner. It's like they think it's a date. But I have to admit, Chen Chen is indeed very handsome. In the entertainment industry, Lin Yara has seen many handsome actors. But no one can compare to Chen Chen now. If Chen Chen debuts, he can definitely captivate thousands of young girls. Coupled with his identity as the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, he's definitely a national heartthrob. General Manager Zhang Song spent a few minutes helping Lin Yara finalize the contract. Miss Lin Yara. Don't keep Mr. Chen waiting too long. Zhang Song reminded with a smile. Lin Yara nodded and then left the office to find Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, everything is done. Let's go. Lin Yara's face was filled with a gentle smile. Today she was wearing a long dress and had light makeup on her face. Exquisite and unattainable. Okay, let's go. Chen Chen stood up and walked towards the elevator with Lin Yara. Just as they entered the elevator, Lin Yara remembered that she had come in her agent's car. Mr. Chen, let me borrow Xiao Lin's car. Lin Yara found taking a taxi troublesome. No need, I have a car. You can ride in my car. Chen Chen said with a faint smile. That works too. The two of them left the elevator and walked towards the parking lot. Passing employees whispered to each other. Who is that person with Miss Yara? He's so handsome. Could he be the new artist we signed? I don't know, I haven't seen him before. Both men and women couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was really handsome. Since taking the blue pill from the system, Chen Chen noticed that many people liked to stare at him. Although Lin Yue didn't show it as obviously, she would occasionally glance at Chen Chen's profile. Does he really have that much charm? Chen Chen began to doubt himself. Mr. Chen, where is your car? That one in front. Chen Chen pointed to the Pagani Huayra not far away. The Pagani Huayra was parked in the company's parking lot and stood out among the ordinary cars. Seeing the luxurious sports car, Lin Yue was also stunned. Such a domineering sports car probably cost millions. He truly was the chairman of the company. Even though Lin Yue came from a well-off family, she couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw Chen Chen's Pagani Huayra. Get in! Chen Chen took out the car keys and unlocked the car door. The gull-wing doors opened automatically. Lin Yue got in and looked at the luxurious interior of the sports car with curiosity. Mr. Chen, your sports car is so beautiful. Chen Chen started the car and said with a smile, it's just average. In the system's flash sale items, there were many luxury cars, even worth $1 billion. Upon hearing Chen Chen's precise-style response, Lin Yue shook her head helplessly. At the same time, she was also speculating about Chen Chen's identity. Chen Chen became the chairman of Qingfeng Film Industry at such a young age. Lin Yue didn't believe that he had no other identity. All right. Let's go. Chen Chen stepped on the gas pedal. Lin Yue felt a strong push from behind, which she was not used to, so she held onto the seat tightly. By the way, where should we eat? After leaving the gates of Qingfeng Film Industry, Chen Chen turned his head and glanced at Lin Yue. Let's go to Hyaming Commercial Street. There's a restaurant there with delicious food. Since they were treating Chen Chen to a meal, they had to go to a classy place. Due to some traffic on the road, it took them half an hour to finally arrive at Hyaming Commercial Street. Lin Yue deliberately wore a mask to avoid being recognized. As a celebrity, she was most afraid of being followed by gossip reporters. And so, Lin Yue brought Chen Chen to a restaurant called Li Lake. The name was ordinary, but it was a high-end restaurant. Correspondingly, the prices were naturally not cheap. The restaurant was located on the upper floors of Daxia, with a great environment. Dining here, they could also see the street view not far away. We want a private room. Preferably a good location. Lin Yue approached the front desk and said to the waitress. All right, miss, I'll arrange that for you. The waitress checked the computer and then led Lin Yue and Chen Chen to a private room. They sat down. Chen Chen looked out the window, seeing the leisurely white clouds in the sky and the towering buildings in the distance, feeling a sense of contentment. Dining in such an environment was truly enjoyable. Chairman Chen, would you like to order? Lin Yue picked up the menu and handed it to Chen Chen. You can order. No need to be polite. Lin Yue, feeling helpless, looked at the menu, called the waitress, and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant. Chairman Chen, would you like a drink? Chen Chen said, just bring me a glass of orange juice. Thank you. It would take some time to prepare the meal, but the orange juice was brought out first. Chairman Chen, where are you from? Lin Yue didn't know much about Chen Chen and couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. They chatted for 7 or 8 minutes, and by then, 2 dishes had already been served. Chairman Chen, try the dishes. Just as Chen Chen was about to pick up his chopsticks, a woman in a black uniform entered the private room. Sir, miss. I'm really sorry. Our private rooms are all occupied. How about we pack your food to go? Lin Yue furrowed her brows, really? We just arrived. The woman seemed to be the manager of the restaurant, with an apologetic expression on her face. I'm really sorry. Lin Yue wanted to clarify, but at that moment, 5 elegantly dressed ladies walked in. The leading lady had wavy hair and a face full of impatience. Xia, what are you doing? Why haven't you asked them to leave? The manager named Xia hurriedly explained, I'm urging them. The lady showed a displeased expression, glanced at Chen Chen and Lin Yer, and urged, "Take your food to go. From now on, this private room is ours." Lin Yer didn't expect the lady to be so domineering and even tried to reason with her. But obviously, the lady was not someone who listened to reason. "We were here first. Why should we give the room to you?" Lin Yer was very unhappy. She just wanted to treat Chen Chen to a meal, not expecting to encounter such a disgusting situation. Even if the private rooms were full, they shouldn't be asked to leave. Don't they understand the principle of first come, first served? Why? The lady sneered. "Because I am the owner of this restaurant. If you don't leave soon, believe me, I'll blacklist you. Then, if you want to dine here in the future, it will be very difficult." The socialite struck a high and mighty pose. Lin Yer was infuriated. She had dined at this restaurant a few times before and had a good impression. However, what happened today truly disgusted her. "Even if you are the restaurant's lady boss, you should still be reasonable, right?" the socialite said. "Here, my word is law. I'll give you a discount, just leave." Lin Yer felt speechless. This is not about discounts. She just wanted to have a meal here. Was that so difficult? Seeing that Lin Yer showed no intention of leaving, the socialite lost her patience. "I'll give you half a minute to consider. If you don't leave, I won't mind having you thrown out," the socialite said coldly. After all, she was the lady boss of the restaurant. If she couldn't handle 2 customers, how would her friends view her in the future? Lin Yer's face was full of anger, but she couldn't do anything about it. It was clear that the other party was unreasonable. No matter how much she argued, it was futile. "Chindong, let's go. Let's eat somewhere else." Lin Yer was trying hard to restrain her anger. Chen Chen remained calm, smiled, and said, "Don't worry, let's see what they can do to us." He was also very disgusted by the socialite's behavior. The socialite, in a fit of rage, said to the restaurant manager, "Xiao Xia, go call the security guards from the building. Say that there are troublemakers here." She had reached her limit. She couldn't believe she couldn't handle this man and woman in front of her. Chen Chen said calmly, "If your restaurant doesn't want to stay here, you can try." He didn't like the feeling of being provoked. The socialite sneered, "Young man, do you think Auntie is easily scared?" The other socialites also laughed at the same time. Seeing Chen Chen's handsome appearance, some suddenly took an interest in him. "Young man, if you want to stay, you can. Listen to Auntie, tomorrow Auntie will take you to buy a BMW." A glamorous socialite walked towards Chen Chen with a suggestive smile on her face. "Look at yourself, at your age, you still come out to discuss people. Get lost." Chen Chen didn't even look at her. "You." The socialite was not pleased with Chen Chen's words. The restaurant lady boss said coldly, "It seems like you don't intend to leave. Very well, if you want to be stubborn, then go ahead." Seeing these women, Chen Chen lost his appetite for dinner. However, before leaving, he planned to do one thing first. He took out his phone and called Zhang Yongwen, the general manager of Hyaming Business Street. "Mr. Chen, hello." Zhang Yongwen spoke respectfully. Chen Chen said, "Inform the owner of Lihu Restaurant to move out of Hyaming Business Street tomorrow." Hearing Chen Chen's anger, Zhang Yongwen was surprised and asked, "Mr. Chen, did the owner of Lihu Restaurant offend you?" Chen Chen said, "Not the owner, but the lady boss of the restaurant." Zhang Yongwen was taken aback and said, "I know what to do." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yongwen immediately contacted the owner of Lihu Restaurant. Meanwhile, in the private room, the socialites were looking at Chen Chen mockingly. The restaurant lady boss arrogantly said, "Young man, who do you think you are? My restaurant has been here for several years, do you think you can just ask us to move?" Chen Chen remained silent, just quietly sipping his orange juice. Lin Yer looked at Chen Chen with admiration. She didn't think Chen Chen was bluffing. Clearly, Chen Chen really had this confidence. At that moment, Lin Yer became even more curious about Chen Chen. In the office, the restaurant owner was looking at the recent bills of the restaurant. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing that it was the general manager of the business street calling, the restaurant owner answered promptly. General Zhang, hello. Zhang Yongwen said lightly, Mr. Zhou, I have something to inform you. You need to move the restaurant tomorrow. We don't plan to rent the store to you anymore. The restaurant owner frowned. Mr. Zhang, why is that? We have a contract signed, and you suddenly want to move out. Shouldn't you provide a reasonable explanation? Zhang Yongwen sneered, explanation? Your wife offended my boss, what explanation do you want? You better handle this matter quickly, or it won't be as simple as just moving out. The restaurant owner was shocked. Zhang Yongwen's boss? Isn't that the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street? Offending such a big figure, isn't that seeking death? Mr. Zhang, is there a mistake? He wanted to say more, but Zhang Yongwen had already hung up the phone. Zhang Yongwen guessed that Chen Shen should be at the Lihu restaurant, heading this way. How did it come to this? The restaurant owner broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ran out of the office. He found a waiter, asked for his wife's location, and sprinted over like a 100-meter race. In the private room, the anger on the rich woman's face grew stronger. In contrast, Chen Shen was calmly sipping his drink. You still haven't left? Very well, it seems like you really want to be kicked out. The rich woman was furious. Just then, the restaurant owner arrived at the scene in a rage. Honey, why are you here? The rich woman looked at the restaurant owner. But before she could be happy, she was met with a loud slap. Smack! The sudden scene startled the other rich women. Honey, why did you hit me? The rich woman covered her swollen face. She was about to get angry, but seeing her husband's face full of anger and red eyes, as if he wanted to kill, she was frightened. You always cause trouble for me. I really want to kill you. The restaurant owner raised his hand, wanting to hit again. The rich woman was too scared to speak, crying and hiding behind her sisters. I'll teach you a lesson later. The restaurant owner became angrier as he thought about it. When his gaze shifted to the calm Chen Shen, he immediately became afraid. I'm really sorry. I apologize for my wife's rudeness. The restaurant owner took 3 steps and approached Chen Shen, bending over. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead down his face, soaking his clothes. He was extremely nervous. Honey, who is he? The rich woman had a foreboding feeling. If the young man in front of her was a big shot, she would be in trouble. The restaurant owner, seeing that Chen Shen ignored him, turned to the rich woman and shouted angrily, This is the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. Are you blind? How dare you offend even the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street? The restaurant owner couldn't contain his anger. What? The rich woman widened her eyes, shocked by Chen Shen's identity. She never expected Chen Shen to have such a powerful background. Ironically, she had just offended him. The other rich women were equally shocked, especially the one who had just said she wanted to support Chen Shen. Oh my, Chen Shen is the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. It was ridiculous that she had offered to support him. They also felt regretful. Offending the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street wouldn't end well. If Chen Shen pursued it further, they would all be in trouble. Lin Yar, on the side, upon hearing Chen Shen's identity, covered her red lips lightly. Initially, Chen Shen's identity as the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment had already shocked her. Never did she expect him to also own Hyaming Commercial Street. A whole commercial street, how much wealth did Chen Shen really have? Lin Yar's brain was working rapidly, but she couldn't quite grasp it. The amount of information was overwhelming. She could only stare blankly at Chen Shen. How is this possible? The rich woman felt regret and despair after looking at her husband and then at Chen Shen. She became at a loss. You better apologize quickly. Hurry! The restaurant owner glared at his wife, roaring again. Honey, I will apologize right away. The socialite panicked, lowering her head as she walked up to Chen Shen. Sir, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know you were the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. If I had known, even if you lent me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend you. The socialite wiped the tears from her face, crying in a pitiful manner. She was completely different from her arrogant self just moments ago. People tend to act high and mighty when they have money. The socialite usually liked to be unreasonable, but today, she had offended someone she shouldn't have. Sir, we were wrong. Please don't lower yourself to our level. The remaining socialites also dared not look at Chun Chen, bowing their heads to apologize. They were extremely anxious, fearing they would be implicated. You don't need to open your restaurant here anymore in the future, Chen Chen said calmly. With that, he looked at Linda, who was still in shock. Let's go, we'll eat somewhere else. Linda reacted and nodded immediately. Just as the two were about to leave, the restaurant owner approached Chen Chen again. Sir, give us a chance. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare the most sumptuous lunch for you right away. The restaurant owner wanted Chen Chen to stay. At this moment, he only wanted Chen Chen's forgiveness. Otherwise, the restaurant would really be unable to continue operating. And he didn't know if Chen Chen would come back later to settle the score. In any case, he had to get Chen Chen's forgiveness no matter what. Yes, give us a chance. The socialite hurriedly agreed. Staying here will only affect my appetite. With that, Chen Chen ignored the people in the private room and left with Linda. The restaurant owner and the socialite chased after them, but Chen Chen didn't look back. It's over, we've completely offended the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street this time. The restaurant owner was furious. He glared at the socialite who was at a loss beside him. How did he end up marrying such a wife? Besides causing trouble, what else could she do? Honey, what should we do now? The restaurant owner's face was full of anger. You ask me, who should I ask? If you hadn't offended the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The socialite said with a bitter face, suddenly remembering something. Honey, I don't want this either. Right, we have a long-term contract with the Commercial Street. If they dare to make us move out, they have to compensate us for breach of contract. The restaurant owner was trembling with anger, raised his hand, and gave the socialite a big slap. Are you out of your mind? Offending the boss of the Commercial Street once, do you want to offend him a second time? Chen Chen had spoken, they could only move out. The other party was the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street, with assets worth at least several billion. They simply couldn't afford to offend someone of that level. Thinking about the breach of contract compensation was just asking for trouble, wasn't it? Wasteful women. Divorce, I want to divorce you. The restaurant owner had reached his limit. If he didn't change his wife, similar incidents would probably happen again in the future. Honey, don't be like this. I really know I was wrong. The socialite's face turned pale as she pleaded. Chen Chen and Linda had already left the restaurant. They were unaware of what was happening behind them. Linda followed behind Chen Chen, quietly watching his back. Now she finally understood why Chen Chen had spoken with such confidence earlier. It turned out he owned the entire Commercial Street. It was truly unbelievable. How did Chen Chen manage to achieve this? Chen Chen turned around and saw Linda staring at him. Why are you staring at me? Chen Chen asked with a smile. Nothing. Linda shook her head and looked away. At that moment, the general manager of the Commercial Street, Zhang Yongwen, had arrived at the restaurant's entrance. Seeing Chen Chen coming out, Zhang Yongwen quickly stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Chen. He wanted to say something, but Chen Chen waved his hand and asked, Is there a better restaurant around here? Zhang Yongwen respectfully replied, Yes. Mr. Chen, I will take you there right away. This way, please. Zhang Yongwen led Chen Chen into the elevator. He found Lin Youer very familiar and quickly recognized her. Sure enough, Mr. Chen had such a beautiful female star by his side. Zhang Yongwen sighed in his heart. And so, Chen Chen and Lin Youer arrived at another restaurant. After bringing Chen Chen to the restaurant, Zhang Yongwen tactfully left. The environment of this restaurant was also very nice, and the private rooms were very luxurious. Just as they sat down, Lin Yara looked at Chun Chen with a strange look in her eyes. "Mr. Chen, a waste. Let's move." Chen Chen jumped up happily. He unlocked his phone and quickly dialed a number. Strangely enough, since taking the blue pill, his memory had improved. He only needed to look at a phone number once to remember it easily. "I'm Chen Chen. I'm looking for Su Yu-Wan." The call connected, and Chen Chen directly stated his identity. "Mr. Chen, hello. I am Su Yu-Wan." Su Yu-Wan immediately became respectful. She had just received notification from the company that Chen Chen was now her employer. Chen Chen said, "Bring your team to see me. Get ready for work." Then he mentioned another location. "Mr. Chen, I will bring the team over immediately. Please wait." Su Yu-Wan dared not delay and went to make arrangements. After more than 10 minutes, 8 Maybach GLS cars appeared at the entrance of the community. Although this was a wealthy area, the appearance of the convoy still impressed many people. Su Yu-Wan was the first to get out of the car. Then, 16 bodyguards in suits got out of the cars and stood in 2 rows, exuding a powerful aura. Of course, there were also maids. 10 maids in white short skirts, all tall and slender, became a beautiful sight on the street. Su Yu-Wan stood in front of the team, checked the time, and patiently waited for Chen Chen to appear. "Wow, what a grand lineup. What's going on here?" Passers-by stopped to watch. From their appearance, it seemed they were welcoming a big shot. 8 high-end Maybach GLS cars, totaling over 20 million, along with so many bodyguards. This lineup was truly impressive. While the onlookers were still discussing, Chun Chen arrived in a Pagani Huayra. The car stopped in front of Su Yu-Wan. Su Yu-Wan knew her employer had arrived and immediately straightened up, walking forward. Chen Chen didn't get out of the car, just rolled down the window. He looked at the team in front of him. "You must be Mr. Chen?" Su Yu-Wan asked respectfully. Chen Chen nodded and shifted his gaze to Su Yu-Wan. The woman in front of him was tall, beautiful, and wore a black professional skirt that accentuated her curves. Paired with high heels, she exuded a seductive charm. Chen Chen just said one thing. "Hi Silk, you're awesome." Su Yu-Wan couldn't help but glance at Chun Chen a few more times. She had expected her employer to be an older wealthy man, but she never imagined he would be such a handsome young man. She was looking forward to their future interactions. "Mr. Chen, hello. The team is all here. Please take a look, is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Chen Chen looked at the team again. Besides the spirited bodyguards, there were 10 maids and 3 chefs. Since it was a top-notch butler team, their professionalism was unquestionable. Also, the 8 Maybach GLS cars were part of the basic package. This deal was definitely worth it. "Follow me to the mansion." Although he had bought the number 1 South River mansion, there were still some procedures to complete. Also, Su Yu-Wan and the others needed to familiarize themselves with the environment. "Okay, Mr. Chen." Su Yu-Wan gave some instructions to the team and then got into one of the Maybach cars at the front. The crowd of onlookers was still discussing. They seemed to be waiting for that young man. I wonder what his identity is. This scene is too grand. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen set off in his car. 8 Maybachs followed closely behind. When they arrived at the gate of Nanjiang No. 1 Manor, the person coordinating with Chen Chen was already waiting. It was a short-haired beauty. "It's actually Nanjiang No. 1 Manor." Su Yu-Wan, sitting in the back seat, felt shocked. "You should know that this manor is the largest in the Magic City, and even with money, it may not be possible to buy. It must be said that his employer is too powerful. Besides being wealthy, their status and position are definitely not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to acquire Nanjiang No. 1. "Mr. Chen, welcome to Nanjiang No. 1. Please come in." The short-haired beauty walked to Chen Chen's car and made a respectful gesture. Nanjiang #1 manor is very large, you can't see the end at a glance. After all, it covers an area of 60 acres. Even the gate is luxurious, with a main road paved with bluestones leading straight to the main building. The main road is shaded by green trees on both sides, with 2 winding paths underneath. Walking along the main road, you can see the fountain rockery and floral statues in front of the main building. The manor is fully equipped, with indoor and outdoor swimming pools, tennis courts, golf courses. And on both sides of the tall main building, there are a few scattered small villas. These are for other staff to live in. Guided by the short-haired beauty, Chen Shan entered the hall of the main building. Inside, it was magnificent like a palace. Mr. Chen, let me give you a brief introduction to the layout of the manor. After completing the formalities for Chen Shan, the short-haired beauty took him for a walk around the main villa. Chen Shan also took a look at the master bedroom. Everything that should be there was already in place, ready for occupancy. As for the experience, it was undoubtedly top-notch. The master bedroom is located on the 3rd floor to the east, and standing on the balcony, you can see the beautiful backyard and the nearby swimming pool. For other matters, you can hand them over to our housekeeper. Chen Shan was too lazy to walk around. Because this manor is really huge, it would probably take several hours if the short-haired beauty introduced everything. It's better to drive around by himself. Alright, Mr. Chen. The short-haired beauty turned around and started talking to Su Yuhuan. 2 hours later, the short-haired beauty completed her task and left in her car. Su Yuhuan called the team together and assigned tasks. This was their first day working for Chen Shan, and they had to make sure he was satisfied. After resting on the soft bed in his room for a while, Chen Shan came to the hall and saw Su Yuhuan and others busy. Mr. Chen. Su Yuhuan greeted him. You guys keep busy, I'll go for a walk alone. After saying that, Chen Shan walked out of the main villa and drove the Pagani Huayra around the manor leisurely. It was this afternoon that news of the mysterious tycoon buying Nanjiang #1 manor for a high price of 3.8 billion spread and became a hot topic. People outside were very curious about who the tycoon was who bought Nanjiang #1. Some netizens also started a lively discussion on the matter. Oh my, spending 3.8 billion to buy a manor, how rich must one be? I feel like my parents gave birth to me just to fill the numbers in this world. I wonder if that big shot needs any more accessories on their legs. If I could stay in such a luxurious manor for one night, it would be worth dying for. Time passed quickly, and it was past 5 in the evening. Su Yuhuan found Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, dinner is ready. I know. Chen Chen walked to the dining room and looked at the table full of delicious dishes, unsure of where to start. Since it was a gold medal butler team, the chefs were naturally top-notch. Mr. Chen, please taste and see how it is. If the taste is not to your liking, I will make adjustments in the future. The head chef stood respectfully behind Chen Chen, smiling. Chen Chen casually picked up a dish and took a bite. He praised, very good, let's go with this. The head chef was delighted, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen. Enjoy your meal. He left the dining room, not wanting to disturb Chen Chen's meal. Chen Chen, who had just finished eating, was half lying on the sofa, looking around. He couldn't help but sigh, the life of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned. As night fell, Chen Chen had nothing to do. He planned to take his sports car out for a drive. Now that he didn't have to go to work anymore and had such a handsome face, staying at home all day was really a loss to society. This time, Chen Chen also brought bodyguards with him. You just need to follow me secretly, no need to get too close. Chen Chen didn't want to attract too much attention. But with his current status, necessary security measures were still needed. Okay, Mr. Chen. The bodyguards respectfully replied. Then, Chen Chen set off in his Pagani Huayra. Late in the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Zhao Kai. Fengge, where are you? Come out for a late-night snack. Chen Chen had already planned to go back, but when he received Zhao Kai's call, he agreed. I happen to be outside. Come over right away. Zhao Kai said, I'm at Sister Shui's seafood kanji shop, and Sister Shui is here too. Okay. A dozen minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at a seafood kanji shop. This kanji shop was part of a chain with many branches across the country. The owner was Sister Shue's father. That's why they said Sister Shue was a small rich woman. Wait for me outside. Chen Chen instructed the bodyguards before walking into the kanji shop alone. Sister Shue happened to be helping out in the shop and greeted Chen Chen with a smile. Chen Chen, Zhao Kai has been waiting for you for a long time. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Sister Shue stared at Chen Chen intently. The Chen Chen in front of her gave her a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. It seemed there was an extra charm about Chen Chen. After seeing him, one couldn't bear to look away. Chen Chen said, there was some traffic on the road, so I was delayed. Wait a moment, Sister Shue, did you just realize how handsome I am now? Chen Chen showed a disappointed expression. You talk too much. Zhao Kai is on the second floor, go up first. I'll come find you guys later. Sister Shue quickly shifted her gaze away, realizing she might commit a crime if she kept staring. Chen Chen glanced around and saw that the shop was quite crowded with customers. Business was good. Then I'll go up first. Chen Chen walked up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was also packed with people. Fengge, over here. Seeing Chen Chen, Zhao Kai stood up and waved at him. Chen Chen walked over. Fengge, I was supposed to be your driver last night. But I accidentally drank too much. Zhao Kai scratched the back of his head awkwardly. There was no choice. At the banquet last night, the company executives kept toasting Zhao Kai because they knew he was Chen Chen's good friend. Drink less in the future. Chen Chen sat down opposite Zhao Kai. He knew Zhao Kai couldn't handle alcohol well. Fengge, Sister Shue told me you're now the owner of Hyaming Commercial Street. Is that true? Zhao Kai's face showed a gossipy expression. It's true. Chen Chen took a sip of tea, speaking casually. Wow. Hearing Chen Chen's answer, Zhao Kai was once again shocked. Lacking education, he used a slang expression. He thought Chen Chen becoming the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals was already impressive enough. Never did he expect Chen Chen also owned a commercial street. Would they still be able to have fun together in the future? I have a big shot by my side, and I didn't even know. Zhao Kai shook his head helplessly. By the way, Fengge, I heard this afternoon. A mysterious billionaire in Magic City spent 3.8 billion to buy a mansion. Do you know about this? This matter had become a hot topic, so Zhao Kai was aware of it. I heard about it. Chen Chen smiled. He thought to himself, isn't that mysterious billionaire me? Chen Chen didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Zhao Kai shook his head, sighing, this is the life of the wealthy. Zhao Kai ordered a pot of seafood porridge in advance, and not long after, a pot of fragrant seafood porridge was brought to the table. After a while, Qin Mengjie also arrived. Sorry. Today is just too busy. Qin Mengjie sat down next to Chen Chen. Senior sister, the business in your shop is really good. Zhao Kai felt extremely envious. Looking at the two people sitting across from him, one was more impressive than the other. Qin Mengjie smiled, even if the business is good, it's all thanks to my dad. I'm just helping him manage it. Honestly, I want to start my own business. The three of them were chatting over porridge when suddenly there was a commotion nearby. Drink this bottle of wine. You can take this money. With a rough voice, everyone turned to see a bald man throwing several hundred yuan bills on the table. Next to him, a girl in work clothes looked very scared, shrinking back and saying, Big brother. I can't drink. That bottle was Baijiu, and if she drank the whole thing, it could be trouble. But obviously, the bald man had drunk too much. He didn't care. Seeing that the girl in the shop was pretty, he got ideas. What's so hard about drinking? Come here. The bald man, wearing a large gold chain around his neck, ordered. There were also two younger men next to him, laughing and watching the anxious girl. The three of them were together, and it seemed like they were the type who didn't mind causing trouble. Brother, can I not drink? The girl, seeing the fierce look on his face, was almost in tears. No. If you don't drink tonight, don't think about leaving. The bald man stood up and went over to pull her. The girl hurriedly avoided him in fear. Seeing this, Qin Mengjie frowned, stood up, and walked over quickly. Sir, she really can't drink. Don't make things difficult for her. Qin Mengjie shielded the girl behind her. She didn't want to see the shop staff being bullied. The bald man was attracted by Qin Mengjie's beauty and smirked. All right, then you drink with me. The bald man looked at Qin Mengjie, his eyes almost popping out. Seeing that the man had some influence, Qin Mengjie didn't dare to offend him recklessly. Although her family had some money, there were some people she couldn't afford to offend. I can only drink a little. Qin Mengjie found a cup, poured half a cup, and drank it in one gulp. The pungent taste of baijiu made Qin Mengjie very uncomfortable. Her cheeks turned red instantly. Very good. Drink more. The bald man poured a full cup for Qin Mengjie. Qin Mengjie furrowed her brows. Sir, I can't handle alcohol well. How about this, I'll give you a 50% discount on your bill later. Qin Mengjie wanted to get away as soon as possible. When someone was drunk, they could do anything. However, the bald man still had no intention of letting Qin Mengjie leave. Not drinking means disrespecting me. The bald man, reeking of alcohol, turned dark and grabbed Qin Mengjie's wrist. Drink quickly. Qin Mengjie was frightened by the bald man's expression and was about to say something. Phone, senior sister is being bullied. Zhao Kai couldn't stand it and was about to get up. At that moment, Shin Shin picked up an empty wine bottle from the nearby table and smashed it hard at the bald man. Before the bald man could react, the bottle hit his forehead, shattering on impact. Ah! The bald man let out a scream, covering his forehead with both hands and falling to the ground. Blood oozed from between his fingers. Lei Ge. The two men beside him hurried over to check on the bald man's injuries. He was still screaming in pain. He felt a sharp pain, and there were still pieces of glass stuck in his forehead. Chen Chen. Qin Mengjie quickly walked over to Chen Chen, looking very worried. She was about to say you've caused trouble, but then she remembered that Chen Chen was now the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. With such a high status, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Thinking of this, she didn't continue speaking. Chen Chen gave Qin Mengjie a reassuring look, indicating not to worry. You dare hit me. Beat him up. The bald man glared at Chen Chen. The intense pain on his forehead made him slightly sober. The remaining two men received the order, raised their fists, and charged towards Chen Chen. The customers in the shop, seeing the two sides fighting, didn't dare to stay and quickly ran away. Chen Chen looked at the two approaching men, a faint smile on his lips. Since taking the blue pill, his body had greatly enhanced in both strength and speed. So, Chen Chen didn't even consider the opponents a threat. The punches whistled through the air. One of the men's fists came at him. Chen Chen easily dodged it. For some reason, their speed seemed slowed down in his eyes. Zhao Kai, go help. Seeing Zhao Kai standing there dumbfounded, Qin Mengjie urged. With more people on the other side, Chen Chen would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Zhao Kai didn't hesitate, grabbing a chair. Qin Mengjie, feeling anxious, also picked up an empty bottle to help. However, they soon realized that the two men on the other side had already been knocked down by Chen Chen. Is that it? It's over already? Zhao Kai and Qin Mengjie exchanged a surprised look. Chen Chen had acted so fast that they couldn't see clearly. But that was the reality. Chen Chen looked at the two men groaning on the ground, equally surprised. He hadn't expected that with his enhanced strength, he could easily defeat two ordinary men. I didn't even use my full strength, and you both went down. How boring. Chen Chen shook his head with a deep sigh. Damn it. He's actually skilled. The bald man, enduring the pain, gritted his teeth. Kid, you can fight, huh? Just you wait. The bald man took out his phone to make a call. It seemed like he was calling for backup. Being beaten by a young man, he was not willing to accept it. He swore to seek revenge. Chen, I'll contact my dad. Xin Mingjie worriedly felt that this situation wouldn't end well. Chen, with confidence in his eyes, waved his hand and said, "No need, leave this to me." He wanted to see what tricks the bald man would play. With Chen's current status, he wasn't afraid of these small-time thugs at all. So he remained calm. The bald man went to the window to make a call, clearly upset. At the same time, the two men on the ground also struggled to get up. They looked at Chen with fear in their eyes, not daring to get too close. They were scared of being beaten. Fongo, what if they call for more people? We'll be in trouble. Zhao Kai was also very worried. It's fine. Let them call. Chen just glanced at the bald man indifferently before turning back to his seat. He continued eating his porridge as if nothing had happened. Zhao Kai and Xin Mingjie exchanged another puzzled look, unable to understand why Chen was so calm. Could it be that Feng Gu is a master? Zhao Kai suddenly thought of this possibility. If that were true, he would have to ask Chen to be his teacher. Who didn't have a dream of being a hero? Let's continue eating supper. Chen glanced at Zhao Kai and Xin Mingjie. With this incident, all the customers in the shop had fled. Zhao Kai and Xin Mingjie no longer had the appetite to eat. On the other side, the bald man had finished his call. He glared at Chen and angrily said, "Kid, you'll see what's coming to you later. If you know what's good for you, you better kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." He had called for reinforcements and was determined to regain his lost dignity. If anyone should apologize, it should be you. Chen calmly continued eating his porridge, not even looking at the bald man. The bald man was almost exploding with anger, glaring at Chen. "Very well, you will pay the price for your arrogance." The two injured men gathered around the bald man, looking grim. "Brother Lei, the other side has some skills. They must have had training." The two men were fairly strong, but they were no match for Chen. It was obvious that Chen was a skilled fighter. Useless. Even if he's trained, so what? I'll make him regret it soon. The bald man said angrily, picking up a tissue from the table to wipe the blood off his face. And so, a couple of minutes passed. Two black Audi cars parked in front of the shop. The doors opened, and 6 or 7 fierce-looking men quickly got out. After glancing at the sign above the entrance to confirm they were in the right place, they briskly entered the shop without hesitation and went straight to the second floor. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Zhao Kai and Xin Mingjie's hearts raced. They looked towards the staircase. Soon, 6 or 7 men in tank tops appeared. "Brother Lei." The men approached the bald man. The bald man nodded and looked at Chen. "Kid, you think you're tough? If you're so good, take down all my men." The bald man's face turned cold. How dare he hit himself with a bottle? Outrageous! Now that his men had arrived, the bald man felt more confident. Chen took out his phone, his expression still calm. He quickly sent a text message before standing up. He glanced at the men in front of him, his face unchanged. "What's the matter? You want to gang up on me?" Chen smiled faintly. The bald man's eyes flashed with malice as he sneered, "Yes, today we are indeed ganging up on you. Kid, even if you can fight, what's the use? You dared to hit me on the head, now you'll pay for it." The bald man grew more agitated as he spoke. Chen shook his head, looking at the bald man with pity. "I'm sorry. I want to tell you, you picked the wrong target." The bald man sneered, "Kid, you're still talking tough even when facing disaster. Let's go, beat him up." The bald man lost his patience. However, just as they were about to act, footsteps were heard again from the staircase. "What's going on?" The bald man and the others thought the police had arrived and looked over. If that were the case, they would have no way to deal with Chen tonight. However, it wasn't the police who arrived, but 16 bodyguards in black suits. The imposing bodyguard's appearance made the bald man and his group frown. "Mr. Chen." The 16 bodyguards blocked the staircase and greeted Chen. The loud voices surprised everyone present. "What's going on? Are these bodyguards?" The bald man looked at the bodyguards, then at Chen, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Now he realized he had underestimated Chen. How could an ordinary person have so many bodyguards with him? With this realization, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat, regretting his reckless actions earlier. The others were also too scared to move. Not only were there many of them, but each one exuded a strong presence. Clearly, they were professionally trained. How could they possibly fight against this? "Mr. Chen? Chen, are these all your bodyguards?" Qin Mingjie walked up to Chen, feeling shocked. Chen remained silent, tacitly confirming it. No wonder Fenggu isn't afraid of causing trouble. Zhao Kai's nervousness disappeared in an instant. After all, the advantage was on their side now. Chen sat back in his chair, relaxed. A playful smile played on his lips. "Let's see who has more people." The bald man's mouth twitched. It had to be admitted, he regretted it. If he had known Chen had such backing, he would never have chosen to cause trouble here. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding." The bald man bent over, his originally arrogant expression disappearing in an instant. Although the people behind him didn't show it as clearly, they also felt afraid. After all, in a fight, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. This couldn't go on. "Misunderstanding? You didn't say that just now." Chen looked at the bald man with a smile that wasn't a smile. He knew very well that the people in front of him were only tough on the outside. If he didn't give them a lesson they would never forget, they might come back to cause trouble for Qin Mingjie. "What do you want to do?" the bald man thought to himself. Chen looked at Zhao Kai behind him and ordered, "Bring all the white wine from the store. 3 bottles per person, no one leaves until they finish drinking." "Yes, Brother Feng." Zhao Kai complied and went to get the wine. The bald man's face turned pale. Brother! This will end in tragedy." If it were beer, drinking 3 bottles wouldn't be a big deal. But this was high-proof white liquor. Even if they didn't pass out, they would have to go to the hospital after drinking 3 bottles. The bald man was scared. The others were too. Chen sneered, "When you were forcing others to drink, why didn't you think about that?" Seeing Zhao Kai bring the wine over, the bald man's eye twitched. "Brother, I know I was wrong. How about this? I just opened a bar on the next street. From now on, all of you can come and drink for free," the bald man said in a conciliatory tone. Chen's face was cold and stern. He looked at the time and started counting down. "I'll give you 3 minutes. You don't have to drink. But you'll bear the consequences." Chen didn't want to waste time with these people. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Besides drinking, was there any other way? For someone who always had so many bodyguards with him, it would be easy to deal with them. Normally, they would only dare to bully ordinary people. When faced with someone of status, they could only beg for mercy. "Brother Lei, what should we do?" Everyone looked at the bald man. The bald man's face was very ugly, unable to make up his mind. 30 seconds have passed. Chen reminded them. "Drink! Drink quickly!" The bald man stepped forward quickly and opened a bottle of white wine. He started drinking it down. Seeing this, the others rushed forward one after another. It was as if their lives depended on not falling behind. After finishing 3 bottles of white wine, their faces were all flushed. 2 people with low alcohol tolerance were already swaying and unsteady on their feet. After finishing the last bottle of wine, the bald man burped. "Brother! We drank the wine, can we leave now?" The bald man was trying hard to hold back the urge to vomit. His stomach was churning. I'll let you go this time. If my friend is harassed in the future, it won't be as simple as it is now. Get out. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. Go quickly. The bald man turned around, clutching his stomach, and quickly walked towards the stairs. After experiencing what happened today, he was completely scared. Even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come back here to cause trouble. The others followed the bald man, swaying as they left. Wait. There's one more thing. Shen Shen suddenly remembered something and stopped the bald man. The bald man looked at Chen Shen with a bitter face. Brother, we drank the wine. You can't go back on your word. Chen Shen said lightly, settle the bill for the wine. The bald man's mouth twitched, feeling very aggrieved. He took out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to the person next to him. Give it to the boss, no need for change. The bald man quickly walked down the stairs. Halfway down, his legs gave way, and he fell. Oh no, Brother Lei fell down. Brother Lei, are you okay? The others rushed down to help the bald man leave. Once outside the shop, they couldn't hold back anymore and leaned on the railing, vomiting continuously. Even on the second floor, Chen Shen and the other two could hear the voices. You guys go down first. With the matter resolved, Chen Shen said to the bodyguards. Okay, Mr. Chen. The bodyguard responded and left. It's a good thing Feng Ge had bodyguards with him. Thinking back to what happened just now, Zhao Kai felt lingering fear. Chen Shen, thank you for what happened just now. Qin Mingjie expressed her gratitude. Her cheeks were flushed, obviously unable to hold her liquor. It was fortunate that Chen Shen was here, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Senior, you're too polite. After all, we are friends. If you encounter such a situation again next time, you can find me. When they were in school, Qin Mingjie took care of Chen Shen. If Qin Mingjie encountered trouble, Chen Shen would definitely not stand idly by. Feng Ge, have you practiced martial arts before? I have a friend who wants to learn from you. Zhao Kai had the impulse to ask Chen Shen to be his master. The way Chen Shen defeated those two just now was really cool. Chen Shen explained helplessly, I haven't practiced before. Maybe it's because I'm in good shape. Chen Shen knew very well that it was because he had taken the blue pill. Otherwise, he would have been the one beaten up just now. Really? Zhao Kai still didn't quite believe it and pinched Chen Shen's arm. He found that his muscles were quite strong. He wanted to say something more but saw Qin Mingjie looking drowsy. Senior, you're drunk. Why not let Feng Ge take you back? Anyway, he has a car. Zhao Kai suggested. No need. Qin Mingjie felt a bit of a headache and pressed her temples with her jade hand. Chen Shen said, you're in this state, and you still say no need. Just go back and rest. Qin Mingjie glanced at Chen Shen and could only nod. Feng Ge, Senior, I'll go back first. Zhao Kai didn't linger any longer and left the shop. Qin Mingjie gave some instructions to the shop staff and then walked out with Chen Shen. Seeing Chen Shen's Pagani Huayra, smelling alcohol on Qin Mingjie, she frowned. Have you been drinking? Qin Mingjie said, it's a long story, I just had a little bit. Qin Mingjie's mother did not inquire further and made tea for Chen Shen. Since her daughter did not admit it, she planned to find a breakthrough from Chen Shen. After a while, Qin Mingjie's mother placed a cup of tea in front of Chen Shen. Xiaofeng, how did you meet Mingjie? Qin Mingjie's mother sat down opposite Chen Shen. Oh, Mingjie is my senior in school. We met at school. Chen Shen felt that Qin Mingjie's mother's gaze towards him was a bit strange. It was as if she was looking at a son-in-law. Needless to say, she must have misunderstood. Qin Mingjie's mother continued, have you graduated now? Just graduated. Qin Mingjie's mother wanted to ask more, but at that moment, Qin Mingjie's father had finished his call. Seeing a young man in the hall, Qin Xiangming also looked at Chen Shen with curiosity. Who is this? Chen Shen greeted Qin Xiangming, hello, uncle. I'm Chen Chen, Mangjia's friend. Xin Shangming nodded, looked at Chen Chen, and then at his daughter. Obviously, he didn't believe it either. It was like a bolt from the blue, his daughter had brought a male friend home. Xiaofeng, from your accent, you don't seem to be a local of the Magic City. Xin Mangjia's mother asked as if she were investigating household registration. Auntie, I'm from Jiangzhou. I studied in the Magic City before, and now I'm working. Chen Chen did not mention his current status. Later, Xin Mangjia's mother continued to ask incessantly. Chen Chen was afraid that Xin Mangjia's mother would really take him as Xin Mangjia's boyfriend. After finishing a cup of tea, he was scared and quickly found an excuse to leave. As Chen Chen left, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Daughter, tell me honestly, is Xiaofeng really your boyfriend? Xin Mengjia's mother finally asked directly. Xin Mengjia looked helpless. Mom, I. Before Xin Mengjia could finish her sentence, Xin Xiangming next to her spoke first. I think this young man is quite good. Talented and promising. Xin Xiangming was experienced in judging people. Chen Chen gave him a calm impression. Daughter, Dad won't interfere in your love life. Your younger brother is a bookworm, the future of the family business will depend on you. If the other party's family is just average, it's okay, he can be our son-in-law. As for the betrothal gifts, that's not a problem. Xin's mother echoed, Daughter, your dad is right. Xin Mengjia suddenly felt like crying without tears. Dad, Mom, you're going too far with this. Chen Chen is really just a friend. Stop making wild guesses. However, Xin's mother and Xin Xiangming still didn't believe her. Xin Mengjia said helplessly, he's going to be our son-in-law? If you knew who Chen Chen really is, you probably wouldn't say that. Xin's mother was stunned, asking, does Xiaofeng have a strong background? Xin Mengjia said, of course. He is the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical. He also owns Liangming Commercial Street. Upon hearing Chen Chen's identity, Xin's mother and Xin Xiangming were shocked. No, it can't be. Just a moment ago, they couldn't tell that Chen Chen had such a powerful background. Xin Mengjia raised her eyebrows, I have no reason to lie to you. Dad, you can go check it out. Xin Xiangming realized that his daughter was not lying, and he was even more shocked. After a while, he regained his composure. Since that's the case, daughter, you should seize this opportunity even more. Xin Xiangming's mind was unsettled for a long time. After all, someone like Chen Chen was not someone everyone could have the chance to meet. Xin Mengjia looked helpless and quickly changed the subject, talking about what had just happened in the store. After hearing it, Xin Xiangming frowned. There's such a thing? He was very angry that someone dared to bully his daughter in the store. Fortunately, Chen Chen was there at the time. Those people have already been dealt with. Xin Mengjia said. Xin's mother added, Daughter, since Xiaofeng saved you, you should invite him to dinner. How about tomorrow? Invite Xiaofeng to our house, you can also get to know each other better. Xin Mengjia felt awkward and felt like she couldn't continue the conversation. Her parents were pushing her to get married. But she and Chen Chen were really just friends. Dad, Mom, I feel a bit dizzy. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Xin Mengjia also made up an excuse and quickly left. She did consider Chen Chen a friend before. However, after today's events, Xin Mengjia found that she seemed to have a bit of affection for Chen Chen. Another night passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Chen Chen stood on the balcony of the room, quietly looking at the scenery in the manor. Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready. A maid walked into the room and respectfully informed Chen Chen. Okay. Chen Chen checked the time and found it was still early. It wasn't time for the system's flash sale yet, so he decided to have breakfast first. He went downstairs, and the maids in the hall all greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Outside the door, 6 bodyguards stood solemnly. After breakfast, it was time for the flash sale. Ding! Flash sale begins. Today's flash sale item, 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. The flash sale time is only 3 minutes, Please participate as soon as possible, host. Jianglan Real Estate was another company with a market value exceeding $1 billion. So Chen couldn't help but feel excited. System, let me participate in the flash sale. Congratulations, host, flash sale successful. Obtain 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 90% of the shares of Duya Technology. With the shares of Jianglan Real Estate in hand, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Duya Technology? Hearing the flash sale preview for tomorrow, Chen was taken aback. Duya, this is the most famous company in the Chinese live streaming industry. Although its market value is a bit inferior compared to Chen's billion-dollar companies, it's still around $9 billion. But with the rapid development of the live streaming industry, there is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future. Medicine, film and television, real estate. Chen feels that by continuing to dominate in this way, he will soon be able to monopolize all industries in China. It's really worthy of the system. Today, with nothing to do, Chen, as usual, is playing games in the lobby. This kind of lazy life is really comfortable. After 10 o'clock, while playing games, Chen suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Random task for today, delivering takeout. Host needs to complete the task by delivering 3 orders. Chen was dumbfounded. Delivering takeout? System, can I change it? He really just wants to be a lazy person. But the system insists on making him deliver takeout. Running to deliver takeout in his current identity, if others find out, he would probably be laughed at. No. But the host can choose not to do it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen put away his phone. Forget it, let's just consider it as experiencing life. Chen doesn't want to miss the opportunity to dominate. In fact, he had part-time experience delivering takeout before to earn money. So he even saved time on registering an account. Without a small electric donkey, he decided to use a Pagani Huayra to make deliveries. In this hot weather, he doesn't have to worry about getting sunburned. And so, Chen set off in the Pagani Huayra. For the first order, he accepted a bubble tea delivery. The bubble tea shop was inside a mall, so he parked his car on the side of the road and walked in. When he arrived at the bubble tea shop, he found that the bubble tea was not ready yet. He had to wait. Young man, delivering takeout? Beside him, a wealthy woman with a designer bag smiled at Chen. Chen nodded without saying a word when he saw her staring at him. Such a handsome face, it's a pity to be delivering takeout. Young man, come with me. I'll treat you well in the future. Chen felt that the woman was too shameless. She was in her 40s or 50s, yet she called herself sister. Shameless. And it was obvious that she was drooling over his body. Disgusting. Auntie, I still prefer delivering takeout. The wealthy woman gave Chen a disdainful look. Obviously, she was not happy with Chen calling her auntie. How much money can you make from delivering takeout? Probably not even 10,000 yuan a month? Name your price, and then come with me. Chen shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid you can't afford it. The system provides an additional opportunity for instant kills, and the items that can be instantly killed are good things. Just like yesterday, Chen instantly killed a luxurious mansion worth 3.8 billion. Who could afford that price? You're joking. Do you think sister doesn't have money? The wealthy woman snorted lightly. At this point, the bubble tea was ready, and Chen ignored her. He took the packaged bubble tea and left quickly. Young man, wait. The wealthy woman didn't want to give up and chased after him. Chen didn't look back and quickened his pace. When he reached the roadside, he directly got into the luxurious Pagani Huayra. Starting the car, he drove away. The Pagani Huayra quickly disappeared from the street. The wealthy woman stood stunned in place, completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with the world? There are actually people driving sports cars to deliver takeout. Chen successfully delivered 2 orders in a row. The third order was also for bubble tea, but he was late due to traffic. Chen Chen arrived at the address on the order and rang the doorbell a few times. "Who is it?" a voice came from inside. But this voice made Chen Chen feel somewhat familiar. "Delivery." Chen Chen subconsciously replied. "Are you kidding me? You're already late, I'll give you a bad review later." The door opened, and a woman in a denim skirt walked out. "Chen Chen, it's you." Yan Lily frowned immediately upon seeing Chen Chen. Yes, the person who came out was Chen Chen's ex-girlfriend. After getting involved with a rich second generation, she chose to break up with Chen Chen because she wants to live the life she wants. Yan Lily. Chen Chen frowned when he saw Yan Lily. To be honest, he didn't want to see this woman in front of him again. But sometimes things just happen that way. "Chen Chen, we've already broken up. Are you trying to bother me again?" Yan Lily looked displeased. After getting involved with the second-generation rich, she experienced a happiness she had never felt before. Of course, this happiness was materialistic. Chen Chen sneered, "You're overthinking it. This is your takeout, take it." Since seeing Yan Lily's true colors, Chen Chen had no more good feelings towards her. On the contrary, Chen Chen felt some regret. He had wasted over 2 years of his time for this woman in front of him. Yan Lily snorted coldly and looked at Chen Chen with disdain. "Chen Chen, it's impossible between us. Look at yourself, now you're even delivering takeout." Yan Lily crossed her arms and shook her head. "Lily, what's wrong?" At this moment, a man with dark circles under his eyes also came out. It was obvious he had worked late last night. "So you're delivering takeout?" Li Kais took the milk tea from Chen Chen's hand. "Li Xiao, this person is my ex-boyfriend. I don't know if he's trying to get close to me." Yan Lily just wanted to clear things up with Chen Chen. "Oh? You're Chen Chen, right?" Li Kais looked back at Chen Chen with sudden interest. He hugged Yan Lily's waist, as if declaring his sovereignty. "From now on, Lily is my woman. You better stay away from her." Seeing Chen Chen silent, Yan Lily emphasized her words. "Chen Chen, did you hear what Li Xiao said? If you get close to me again, Li Xiao won't let you off." Chen Chen didn't expect Yan Lily to be so self-righteous. To be honest, he felt disgusted just looking at this woman. Nonsense. Chen Chen couldn't help but curse before turning and leaving. Li Xiao. He dared to curse at me. Yan Lily's chest heaved with anger. "Stop right there." Li Kais felt like he was being insulted too, and he sternly ordered. However, Chen Chen pretended not to hear. "I said stop." This time, Li Kais was completely enraged, quickly catching up and blocking Chen Chen. "You better apologize to Lily right now." Li Kais stood in front of Chen Chen and said coldly. He couldn't accept being provoked by an ordinary person. And Chen Chen's sudden appearance made him feel like Chen Chen came for Yan Lily. Even though they had been abandoned, he still had the audacity to ask for a reconciliation. A lapdog is just a lapdog. Apologize? Chen Chen suddenly laughed. He didn't expect Li Kais to be such a weirdo. "You want me to apologize? Who do you think you are?" Chen Chen said in a fortune-teller's tone. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Li Kai's face instantly darkened. His hands clenched tightly. "Chen Chen, do you know who Li Xiao is? How dare you provoke Li Xiao?" Yan Lily stood beside Li Kais, full of anger. "Who is he to me? What does it have to do with me? I'm leaving, you better move aside." Chen Chen felt speechless. Li Kais squinted his eyes, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. "If you don't apologize, you won't leave here today. A poor loser dares to talk to me like this. You're asking for it." Yan Lily snorted coldly. "Exactly, look at your own status. With your attitude, you deserve to be single forever." Chen Chen shook his head, suddenly realizing that Yan Lily and Li Kais were a good match. Isn't there a saying like this? A whore matches a dog, forever and ever. I'll count to 3, if you don't move, I won't be polite. Chen Shan lost his patience. Huh? Not polite? That's what I should be saying. Li Kai's was also provoked by Chen Shan and lost his patience. Since that's the case, let's get started. After all, Li Kai's is not afraid of causing trouble. Besides, this Chen Shan is just an ordinary person. If a fight is what it takes, then so be it. With that in mind, Li Kai's raised his hand and punched towards Chen Shan's face. Chen Shan's body was far from ordinary, and coupled with Li Kai's being drained by beauty long ago, the punch missed its mark. Chen Shan extended his foot, causing Li Kai's to stumble and fall to the ground before he could react. Ah! Li Kai's fell in a humiliating manner, crying out in extreme distress. Young Master Li! Young Master Li! Yan Lily, fearing for Li Kai's safety, rushed over with a worried expression. Damn you, Chen Chen! I'll make you pay. When has Li Kai's ever suffered such humiliation? He exerted all his strength to get up and wanted to settle the score with Chen Chen. Young Master Li, are you okay? Yan Lily supported Li Kai's, looking concerned. I'm fine. Anger surged in Li Kai's heart as he gritted his teeth and turned around. But Chen Chen had already disappeared. That despicable guy, he actually ran away. Li Kai's clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead. I will make him pay. Yan Lily said, Young Master Li, I know where he lives. How about we have a meal first and then go find him in the afternoon? Li Kai straightened his clothes, his face still filled with anger. He dared to fight back, I won't let him off the hook. In Li Kai's eyes, as long as Chen Chen was still in the city, he couldn't escape. Young Master Li, your face seems to be injured. Seeing Li Kai's bruised eye, Yan Lily felt heartbroken. Li Kai's looked in the mirror in his room and indeed found it to be true. No, I must make that Chen Chen pay. He immediately made a phone call to contact a few friends. After Chen Chen left, he sat back in his sports car. Having completed his final delivery, the task was considered done. System, where's my reward? Chen Chen couldn't wait. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Extra reward, 1 instant kill opportunity. Instant kill item, 100 billion huaxia coins. After successfully completing the instant kill, 100 billion huaxia coins would be directly deposited into Chen Chen's bank account. Chen Chen was stunned. He didn't expect such an operation. 9 yuan could exchange for 100 billion. This was too exaggerated. But it made sense, after all, the system was omnipotent. If even a $1 trillion company could be instantly killed, then what was 100 billion huaxia coins? System, instant kill. Chen Chen said to the system. Instant kill in progress, sorry, instant kill failed. Chen Chen was speechless. System, are you kidding me? Is it easy for me to come out and deliver food on such a hot day? Second instant kill in progress, congratulations, instant kill successful. 100 billion huaxia coins are being transferred. Hearing the success of the instant kill, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his efforts today were not in vain. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of a possibility. System, what happens if the instant kill fails? The system replied, please rest assured, host. Just now, the system lagged for a moment. Under normal circumstances, instant kill failures will not occur. Hearing this from the system, Chen Chen felt reassured. Half a minute passed. Chen Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out that the 100 billion had been deposited. Truly worthy of the system. This speed is incredible. Chen Chen praised the system and drove off in his Pagani Huayra. When he came out, Chen Chen had told Su Yuan that he didn't need to prepare lunch today. So, he planned to eat first before heading back. Shortly after, he arrived at a restaurant. Dining alone, Chen Chen didn't have many preferences. He ordered a meal and found a seat. His phone rang. Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Li Pang, the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. I wonder if you have time now. I'd like to invite you for a meal. And also report on the company's situation. Li Peng is a very shrewd person. The company has a new chairman, and he wants to establish a good relationship with the other party first. Chen Shen thought for a moment and said, I'm having a meal, how about this, you come over to see me now? He mentioned the location of the restaurant. Okay, Director Chen. Of causing trouble. Li Kai's nodded, as he also thought the same way. Chen, do you know what position my dad holds? You'll be shocked when you hear it. My dad is the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. Li Kai's laughed triumphantly. Nearby, some onlookers were shocked to hear Li Kai's words. Oh, so this person is Li Peng, the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. No wonder he has such a strong presence. This young man is unlucky, offending Li Peng's son. The people around looked at Chen Shen with sympathetic eyes. However, Chen Shen remained calm. You are the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate? Chen Shen turned his gaze to Li Peng. Li Peng said coldly, yes. Young man, if you realize your mistake, it's best to apologize to my son. Hearing Li Peng's domineering tone, Chen Shen felt uncomfortable. Without knowing the whole story, how do you know I'm wrong? Li Peng snorted, I don't care who's right or wrong. In any case, hitting my son, Li Peng, is unacceptable. Young man, it seems you haven't been taught a lesson by society. Let's go, I'm in a good mood now, I won't deal with you for the time being. Chen Shen suddenly smiled, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Peng frowned. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so arrogant. Shen, you dare to disrespect my dad. Li Kai's was furious. Unable to hold back any longer, he wanted to act. Wait. Son, did you say his name is Chen Shen? Upon hearing the name Chen Shen, Li Peng suddenly became nervous. Could the young man in front of him be the new chairman of the company? Li Peng looked at Chen Shen, sweating at the thought of this possibility. He prayed that the young man in front of him was not the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. He hoped it was just a coincidence. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Li Peng's pale face, Li Kai's was puzzled. Chen Shen remained expressionless and said to Li Peng, managerly, you don't need to come to work at the company tomorrow. Li Peng was shocked. He felt something was wrong. Could this young man in front of him really be? No way? Chen, do you have the authority to decide whether my dad goes to work at the company? Li Kai's looked at Chen Shen as if he were looking at a fool. Sorry, but yes, I do have the authority. Chen Shen looked at Li Kai's with a mocking expression. After all, he was the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. Dismissing the general manager was just a matter of words. Shen, I think you have a problem in your head. By the way, I have a friend who is a doctor specializing in treating mental illnesses. I suggest you go see him. Li Kai's didn't believe Chen Shen's words at all. His expression was playful. Yan Lily also didn't believe it. After all, she knew Chen Shen very well. Chen Shen had just graduated and was just a worker. In Yan Lily's eyes, Chen Shen was obviously bragging. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Peng tried to remain calm. He also didn't think the young man in front of him was the new chairman of the company. After all, that mysterious chairman had acquired 70% of Jianlan Real Estate's shares. A young man, where did he get so much money? Even if Chen Shen is a second-generation rich, it doesn't make sense. Because no one would entrust a multi-billion-dollar company to a young person to manage. So obviously, this Chen Shen is bragging. He is bluffing. Chen Shen smiled and reminded, didn't you just call me? You can verify it. Li Peng's hands were a bit stiff, and he took out his phone nervously. He found Chen Shen's number and dialed it. Soon, Chen Shen's phone rang. Chen Shen deliberately placed the phone screen in front of Li Peng. This time, Li Peng was completely dumbfounded. He realized that Chen Shen was not lying. Chen Shen was indeed the new chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through Li Peng's mind. Sweat also slid down his face. He was extremely nervous. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Li Kai's noticed the change in his father's expression. Suddenly, he had a feeling that a great disaster was looming. Are you really the chairman?" Li Peng's voice trembled. "What do you think?" Chen Chen's expression turned cold, making Li Peng feel an unprecedented pressure. That pressure almost made him unable to breathe. This time he believed. All that was left in his heart was regret. Because he couldn't afford to offend this young man in front of him. Whether he could continue as the general manager was entirely up to Chen Chen. And after what just happened, would Chen Chen still use him? The answer was definitely no. Now all Li Peng could do was apologize. If Chen Chen pursued it further, they would be in big trouble. "Chairman Chen. I'm really sorry, I take back what I said earlier." Li Peng's body was trembling slightly as he lowered his head in front of Chen Chen. His face also showed a look of fear. "Chairman Chen? Dad, are you saying this Chen Chen is the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? Are you mistaken?" Li Kai's widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Smack! In order to seek Chen Chen's forgiveness, Li Peng gave his son a heavy slap. "Can you even question Chairman Chen's identity? Apologize to Chairman Chen." Li Peng scolded angrily. He suddenly regretted spoiling his son Li Kai's too much. It led to a big mistake. Offending Chen Chen, he didn't know how Chen Chen would deal with them. "Uncle, you must be mistaken. This Chen Chen is just a poor guy." Yan Lily supported Li Kai's and spoke up. If Chen Chen really had such a powerful identity, she wouldn't have chosen to break up with him. The fact is, Chen Chen is just an ordinary person. You have no say here. Li Peng glared at Yan Lily. Although he had never met Yan Lily, he could tell that she was probably his son's girlfriend. Yan Lily was scared and dared not speak. "What? That young man is actually the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? This can't be true, right? What's impossible about it? Didn't you hear? Even Li Peng called him Chairman Chen." The onlookers in the store started whispering to each other. "Apologize to Chairman Chen." Li Peng's face turned red with anger, shouting loudly. Li Kai's was frightened. Although he didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him. "Chairman Chen, I didn't mean to offend you." Li Kai's face turned pale, shocked by Chen Chen's identity. He dared not look at Chen Chen again. Li Peng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said, "Chairman Chen, my son doesn't know any better. If you're angry, you can give him a beating. I've been with the company for 5 years, I may not have made any contributions, but I've worked hard. Please don't fire me, Chairman Chen." Li Peng was quite familiar with some of the company's shareholders and was good at flattery. Over the years, he had used his position to benefit his wife's building materials company. Now that he had offended Chen Chen, if Chen Chen pursued it, they would be in big trouble. It was very likely that they would end up in jail, even if they can't find out. Chen Chen has plenty of ways to play them to death. I just said it, I don't want to repeat it a second time. Get lost. Chen Chen had no good feelings towards the Li father and son. "Director Chen, don't be like this." Li Kai's and Li Peng were almost desperate. Seeing the actions of the Li father and son, Yan Lily was also in a state of confusion. How is this possible? Chen Chen actually became the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? Am I dreaming? Yan Lily's gaze towards Chen Chen became complicated. Chen Chen no longer paid attention to the Li father and son and Yan Lily, and walked towards the restaurant's entrance. "Director Chen! Director Chen!" Li Kai's and Li Peng were anxious, chasing after him. They didn't want to give up. Once Chen Chen left, they would have no chance again. "You two better disappear from my sight." Chen Chen's tone was cold. Li Peng stopped despairingly. He knew that this time it was over. Watching Chen Chen walk away step by step, Li Kai's was anxious. "Dad, what should we do now?" You better think of a solution quickly. Li Peng gritted his teeth, looking at his incompetent son angrily. It's all your fault for offending Director Chen. At this point, what else can we do? Li Kai swallowed hard, asking in a trembling voice. Dad, do you think Director Chen will let us go? Thinking of Chen Chen's identity, Li Kai felt scared. How would I know? Li Peng was so angry he almost spat out blood from 82. The company couldn't stay any longer, and now all they could do was clean up and leave. With this in mind, Li Peng took out his phone and went to the site to make a call. He needed to explain some things to his assistant. Li Kai saw Yan Lily standing silently beside him, feeling annoyed. Smack! A big slap came over. Li Sha, why did you hit me? Yan Lily looked pitifully at Li Kai, feeling wronged. Li Kai angrily pointed at Yan Lily and scolded, Didn't you tell me that Chen Chen was just a poor loser? Are you playing me? Still angry, Li Kai chose to vent his anger on Yan Lily. Yan Lily covered her swollen face and explained, Li Sha, Chen Chen was indeed a poor guy before. As for how this poor guy turned things around, I have no idea. At this moment, Yan Lily was the most regretful. If she hadn't chosen to break up with Chen Chen, she would have been the chairman's wife by now. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Li Kai's eyes were red. You've killed me this time. Get lost. Don't let me see you again in the future, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Yan Lily grabbed Li Kai's hand, unable to accept being abandoned. Although Li Kai's status couldn't compare to Chen Chen's now, he was still a second-generation rich. Missing out on Chen Chen, she had to hold on to Li Kai's no matter what. Li Sha, don't be like this. I want to stay by your side. Li Kai shook off Yan Lily's hand, annoyed. Do you think you haven't hurt me enough? Get as far away from me as possible. Li Kai was never short of women by his side. Pursuing Yan Lily was just for fun. Li Sha, don't be like this. You said you would take me to get our marriage certificate in a while, have you forgotten? Li Kai snorted coldly, showing no mercy. Yan Lily, do you really think I would be interested in you? Just playing around, you took it seriously. Yan Lily grabbed Li Kai's hand again, unwilling to let go. Li Sha, I know you were just angry. You love me, right? Otherwise, how could you bear to buy me a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands, and designer bags? Li Kai was amused by Yan Lily. At this point, he confessed, those are all fake. I can only deceive women like you who are greedy for vanity. Yan Lily was dumbfounded, taking off the diamond necklace around her neck. She hadn't looked closely before, but now upon closer inspection, she realized the diamonds on it were indeed fake. It's estimated to be just a few dollars of street stall goods. Li Zikai, you bastard. Yan Lily was quite angry. She felt like she had been taken advantage of. She raised her hand, wanting to slap Li Zikai. Li Zikai grabbed Yan Lily's wrist and coldly said, What, you want to hit me? I advise you not to do this. After saying that, Li Zikai pushed Yan Lily away. Yan Lily sat down on the ground, crying in despair. Not only did she lose the opportunity to be the chairman's wife, but now she also found out she had been deceived by a scumbag. Yan Lily felt like the unluckiest person in the world. She just wanted to write the word tragic. After all the trouble, she ended up with nothing. Li Zikai, how dare you deceive me? You deserve to die. Yan Lily shouted loudly. But Li Zikai had already walked away, not wanting to deal with Yan Lily, this crazy woman. No. I have to go find Chen Chen. Chen Chen must still have feelings for me. Yan Lily got up, planning to reconcile with Chen Chen. Before, she valued money more than love. Of course, she still did now. Since Chen Chen had become wealthy, she had to cling to him. What if Chen Chen forgave her? With that thought, Yan Lily chased after Chen Chen in the direction he disappeared. Just as Chen Chen opened the door of his Pagani Huayra, Yan Lily caught up. Chen Chen, wait for me. Yan Lily gasped as she grabbed Chen Chen. She put on a pitiful look. Chen Chen frowned and pushed Yan Lily's hand away with disgust. Chen Chen, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? After all, we've been together for over 2 years. Chen Chen felt speechless. Yan Lily, do you have the nerve to say these things to me? When we broke up, didn't you say that only Li Zikai could give you what you wanted? Yan Lily cried and shook her head, saying, Chen Chen, I was deceived by that Li Zikai. The diamond necklace he gave me is also fake. That bastard. Chen Chen remained expressionless. Ever since he saw through Yan Lily's hypocritical face, he had no feelings left for her. This is all your own doing. You can't blame anyone else. Li Zikai was essentially a scumbag, and Yan Lily couldn't possibly not see that. However, Yan Lily still agreed to be with him. Wasn't it because she was attracted to his money? It could only be said that Li Zikai and Yan Lily were of the same kind. And they both had their own ulterior motives. It's just that Yan Lily lost. So she didn't deserve any sympathy. Chen Chen, I know you must still love me. Can we get back together? I'll listen to you from now on. Chen Chen frowned, about to speak. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Please make an appropriate choice, host. Choice 1, reconcile with Yan Lily, reward, a green hat. Choice 2, ruthlessly reject, reward, 1 chance to instantly kill. Damn! Chen Chen hadn't expected that Yan Lily would bring him rewards. Is there even a choice? Of course, it's a ruthless rejection. Chen Chen had no intention of reconciling with Yan Lily. Once unfaithful, forever unneeded. It was a matter of principle. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 chance to instantly kill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Chen also became excited. He wondered what the instant kill item would be this time. And seeing Chen Chen's joyful expression, Yan Lily thought Chen Chen had agreed. Chen Chen, I knew you still loved me. Yan Lily was ecstatic. You're insane. Chen Chen looked disgusted, pushed Yan Lily's hand away, and got into the Pagani Huayra. Chen Chen, don't abandon me. I really know I was wrong. Chen Chen didn't say anything, closed the car door. With the roar of the engine, the Pagani Huayra disappeared in a cloud of smoke on the street, leaving Yan Lily with a pungent exhaust smell. Chen Chen, how could you treat me like this? Yan Lily gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. However, no one responded to her. Men are really not good things. Li Kai's, Chen Chen, I will never let you off. Just wait and see. Yan Lily's face slowly darkened, the depths of her eyes becoming even more terrifying. The flames of revenge also rose in her heart. The host has a chance for an instant kill, do you want to use it now? Chen Chen drove for a distance before stopping by the roadside. Use it. Currently in use, instant kill item and investment cashback card. In the virtual panel of the system, a strange card resembling a bank card appeared. Investment cashback card? System, what is this? Chen Chen looked puzzled. Most of the items Chen Chen had drawn before were assets, so he really didn't know what this investment cashback card was. The system explained, investment cashback card, a virtual item. After use, the host can bind to an investment project, as long as there is a loss, you can get a 10-fold cashback. Valid for 1 month. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. A 10-fold cashback on losses? So if he loses $1 billion, he can get $100 billion. What a great thing. The more you lose, the more you get. Forget it, not using it for now. Think it over first. Such a good thing, he needs to find a project that loses a lot of money. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen called Lu Mengqing. Director Chen, hello. Lu Mengqing was still at work at the time. Are you at the company? Come with me to Jianglan Real Estate now. General Manager Li Peng was fired, and Chen Chen intended to let Lu Mengqing temporarily manage Jianglan Real Estate. Chen Chen also planned to investigate this Li Peng, as his character was not good. If Li Peng did anything harmful to the company's interests, Chen Chen would not let him off. Having Lu Mengqing temporarily manage was also important for another reason. Chen Chen didn't know much about Jianlan real estate, and there might be Li Peng's confidants within the company. It wouldn't work to have insiders investigate insiders. Director Chen, I'll be right there. Do I need to prepare anything? Lu Mengqing didn't ask for the reason. Because as long as she followed Chen Chen's instructions, it was enough. No need. After saying that, Chen Chen drove his sports car to Jianglan Real Estate. When he arrived at the gate of Jianglan Real Estate, Lu Mengqing had not yet arrived. It might be due to traffic on the way. Chen Chen wasn't in a hurry and patiently waited in the car. After a few minutes, Lu Mengqing arrived driving her Pagani Huayra, which was really eye-catching. Lu Mengqing could see Chen Chen in the car from a distance. She parked her car next to the Pagani Huayra and got out. Director Chen. Lu Mengqing walked respectfully towards Chen Chen. She was curious about why Chen Chen had called her to Jianlan Real Estate. After all, Jianlan Real Estate was also a company with a market value of over 100 billion. However, Lu Mengqing worked at Longhu Pharmaceuticals, and the two companies were not related in terms of business. Chen Chen glanced at Lu Mengqing. Today, Lu Mengqing was dressed in a professional short suit and high heels, looking tall and slender. I fired the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. Until we find a suitable candidate for the general manager, you will temporarily manage Jianglan Real Estate. Also, investigate the former general manager Li Peng. Lu Mengqing was stunned. Chen Chen's words contained a lot of information. Firing the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate? Did that mean Jianglan Real Estate was also Chen Chen's company? That was impressive. Chen. Director Chen, is Jianglan Real Estate also your company? Uncertain, Lu Mengqing asked. Chen Chen nodded, that's right. I bought 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. I am now the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. Hearing this, Lu Mengqing was shocked, taking a deep breath. Although Chen Chen said it casually, Lu Mengqing was well aware that buying so many shares of Jianglan Real Estate required a lot of money, possibly in the billions. Come in with me first. If you find out that Li Peng has done anything unspeakable, report to me immediately. Seeing Lu Mengqing standing still, Chen Chen said, what's wrong? Do you have a question? Lu Mengqing reacted and shook her head vigorously. Director Chen, no. I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Managing $2 billion companies is a test for Lu Mengqing. Of course, for her, it is also an opportunity. Rarely does Chen Chen trust her so much, and she must not disappoint him. Chen Chen nodded, then come with me. He got out of the car and walked towards the security room with Lu Mengqing. The company's security had already noticed Chen Chen's Pagani Huayra, and when Chen Chen approached, they straightened up. Sir, hello. Who are you looking for? Chen Chen said, inform the company's vice president that the chairman is here. The security guard did not dare to neglect and immediately made a call. When the vice president of Jianglan Real Estate heard that Chen Chen had arrived, he became nervous. He immediately led his team to the company's entrance. Director Chen, hello. The company's leaders lined up neatly and saluted Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen so young, they were all shocked. Director Chen, hello. I am the company's vice president, my name is Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang bowed respectfully. Seeing that the general manager Li Peng was not by Chen Chen's side, Zhou Yang felt puzzled. Li Peng had just gone out, saying he was going to meet the new chairman of the company. However, now that the chairman had arrived, Li Peng was nowhere to be seen. It was strange. Except for Li Peng's few confidants, others did not know that Li Peng had been dismissed. Take me to the office first. Chen Chen glanced at the people present and said to Zhou Yang. Okay, Director Chen, this way please. Zhou Yang led the way. Before long, they arrived at the office. Director Chen, let me make a call to inform Manager Li to come back. Zhou Yang, as the vice president, did not have as much power as Li Peng. Chen Chen said lightly, no need, I have already dismissed Li Peng. Now my assistant, Lu Mingqing, will temporarily manage the company's affairs. Zhou Yang was shocked. He did not expect that the skilled flatterer Li Peng would be dismissed. But for Zhou Yang, this was good news. Over the years, he had been suppressed by Li Peng. Where there are people, there is a struggle, and the company is no exception. Director Chen, I will assist Assistant Lu well. Zhou Yang couldn't figure out Chen Chen's temper. Li Peng had been dismissed, and he didn't know if there would be a major change in the company. Chen Chen nodded. He did not mention to Zhou Yang to investigate Li Peng's affairs because he wanted Lu Mingqing to secretly investigate it. Later, Chen Chen gave Lu Mingqing some instructions before leaving. Chen Chen first went to Tangchen Yipin because he had some things left there. Although Tangchen Yipin was also a luxury residence, it couldn't compare to the luxurious estate. The estate was fully equipped, even with housekeepers and maids. Just as he arrived at the parking lot of the community, Chen Chen met Lin Yer. Standing next to Lin Yer was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing denim shorts, and her pair of round and slender legs were particularly eye-catching. The two were about the same height, each with their own unique beauty. The beautiful woman was holding a cute little Pomeranian in her arms. The Pomeranian also noticed Chen Chen and excitedly tried to break free from the woman's embrace. At this moment, Lin Yer also saw Chen Chen. Director Chen. Lin Yer walked towards Chen Chen with a charming smile on her face. Miss Lin, what a coincidence. Where are you planning to go? Chen Chen asked with a smile. I'm off today and want to go out with a friend. By the way, this is my friend, Yao Qianxue. Lin Yer pulled Yao Qianxue over and introduced her to Chen Chen. Yao Qianxue stared blankly at Chen Chen because he was really handsome. Could he be the one who helped find the onion? Yao Qianxue blushed slightly and asked softly. Lin Yer nodded, yes, it's him. She leaned close to Yao Qianxue's ear and whispered. He is also the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Yao Qianxue looked incredulous, really? So amazing? Lin Yer looked at Chen Chen again and asked, Director Chen, I wanted to invite you out for supper last night. But you weren't home. Last night, Lin Yer went downstairs to find Chen Chen, rang the doorbell for a while, but no one answered. Oh, I moved out. Chen Chen explained. Hearing this, Lin Yer felt a little disappointed. She didn't know why she felt this way. Maybe because Chen Chen was too handsome, not living here meant they would have fewer chances to meet in the future. Mr. Chen, thank you for helping me find onion. Yao Qianxue stroked the little Pomeranian in her arms, grateful. Is this dog yours? Chen Chen looked at Yao Qianxue, finding her somewhat familiar. Could she be a star like Lin Yer? Yao Qianxue nodded. Lin Yer joked, she has a special bond with Onion. If I really lost Onion, she would probably be mad at me. Lin Yer picked up the Pomeranian, put it on the ground, and it happily circled around Chen Chen. Yao Qianxue said, Mr. Chen, it seems like Onion really likes you. Chen Chen smiled. Mr. Chen, do you have time tonight? We'll treat you to supper. Yao Qianxue extended the invitation. I happen to be busy tonight, maybe another time. Chen Chen declined. After chatting with Lin Yer for a while, Chen Chen took the elevator upstairs. Lin Yer walked alongside Yao Qianxue, discussing Chen Chen. Yao Shui, what do you think? Isn't Director Chen handsome? Yao Qianxue turned her head, her eyes smiling. Yer, do you have a crush on him? Lin Yer shook her head. No. How is that possible? I've only known Director Chen for 2 days. Lin Yer denied 3 times. But you, as soon as you saw Director Chen, your eyes never left him. Come on, admit it, are you lusting after Director Chen? Yao Qianxue didn't admit it, the gossip in her eyes burning brightly. Yer, which tycoon do you think Mr. Chen is the son of? So young, and already the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Lin Yer shook her head again, how would I know? The two gossiped as they walked. Chen Chen finished packing and returned to the manor. At the same time, he was contemplating how to use the investment cashback card. 10 times cashback for losses, just thinking about it was exciting. So he needed to find a big project to lose money on. He searched online and by evening, he finally figured it out. He immediately contacted Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie. On the phone, Chen Chen didn't explicitly say anything, just asked them to come over for dinner. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the dining room of the main villa. Dinner was ready. Zhao Kai arrived at the manor in Qin Mingjie's car. Is this the largest manor in the Magic City? Truly worthy of Brother Feng. After entering the gate, Zhao Kai was shocked by the vast manor. Qin Mingjie was also visiting for the first time. The manor was extremely luxurious, seemingly endless at a glance. Senior, do you think Brother Feng is just inviting us for dinner? Is it that simple? Zhao Kai asked. There should be something else. Qin Mingjie could only guess. Arriving at the main villa's entrance, Qin Mingjie parked the car. The two got out of the car. The butler, Su Yuhuan, came out to greet them. We're looking for Chen Chen. Qin Mingjie explained their purpose. As for Zhao Kai, he looked around as if he had never seen such luxury before. I am the butler here, Su Yuhuan. Please follow me. Su Yuhuan led the two into the hall. Seeing several maids respectfully standing in the hall, Zhao Kai couldn't help but feel envious. At that moment, Chen Chen was sitting on the sofa in the hall, playing with his phone. Chen Chen. Brother Feng. Su Yuhuan and Zhao Kai greeted Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at the two, put away his phone, and smiled. I've been waiting for you. Let's go, let's have dinner first. And so, the two followed Chen Chen into the dining room. The table was filled with delicious dishes. There is Buddha jumps over the wall, braised fish fins, Li Yunzi's pipa shrimp, and 2 expensive bottles of red wine. This meal alone is estimated to cost tens of thousands. Chen Chen, this dinner is too extravagant. Qin Mingjie stood still in amazement. This is just a simple meal. Chen Chen sat down and acted nonchalant. Qin Mingjie couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, this is the life of the super-rich. Senior sister, can these dishes be found outside? Zhao Kai's perspective is not as broad as Qin Mingjie's, so he asked. You can find them, but most people can't afford it. Starting from this number. Qin Mingjie held up a finger. 10,000? So expensive. Zhao Kai shook his head. Add another 0. Qin Mingjie said. Zhao Kai was stunned. Oh my. Feng Ge, you are too kind to us. Zhao Kai's hands trembled slightly. The money spent on this meal alone is more than he could earn in a year of hard work. Zhao Kai instantly felt inferior. Chen Chen laughed. We've known each other for a while, no need to be polite. Nearby, the maid opened the red wine. Chen Chen, did you invite us for dinner for another reason? Qin Mingjie couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and said, yes. I want to start a company recently and I plan to have both of you help manage it. He wanted to start a money-losing project. Therefore, he didn't have many requirements for the management team. Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai glanced at each other, surprised that Chen Chen valued them so highly. Qin Mingjie was fine, she had helped her father manage a catering company after graduation. However, the company was not very large. As for Zhao Kai, he had no experience at all. Feng Ge, this doesn't seem right. You know, I simply don't have the ability for that. Zhao Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. After hesitating for a while, Qin Mingjie asked, Chen Chen, what kind of company do you want to establish? She was puzzled because with Chen Chen's wealth, it would be easy for him to hire management talents, so why choose them? I want to establish a food delivery platform. Chen Chen shared his idea. Establishing a platform requires a huge initial investment for promotion. As for why Chen Chen chose food delivery, it was because it was relatively simple. Once the platform was set up, all he had to do was pour money into it. After all, the more you lose, the more you get back with the investment return card. Food delivery? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were surprised. Is there a problem? Chen Shen leaned back in his chair and asked. Qin Mingjie said, Chen Shen, there isn't much difficulty in terms of technology for a food delivery platform. But promotion requires money, and it's not a small amount. Moreover, there are already big companies in the food delivery industry. Profitability is also a big issue. Qin Mingjie had some knowledge about many industries and didn't want Chen Shen's money to go to waste. Zhao Kai agreed, yeah, Fenggu. The competition in the food delivery industry is too fierce. If you have money, you might as well invest in other industries. Chen Shen shook his head, do you really think I'm interested in small money? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were puzzled. They couldn't figure out Chen Shen's true intentions. Chen Shen paused and then said, 3 words. Big data. Chen Shen planned to deceive these two. He certainly wouldn't say that he wasn't afraid of losing money because of the existence of the investment return card. As for the professional term big data, Chen Shen himself didn't understand it either. It's all about sounding profound. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up. Fenggu, I understand. You want to collect big data. There must be deeper considerations behind this, right? Chen Shen nodded, we are in the era of big data now. Entering the food delivery industry is just the first step in my business strategy. He thought to himself, it's all nonsense. I just want to use the investment return card. That's all. Zhao Kai was excited and said, Fenggu, then I'll join you. But managing a company. I have no experience. Chen Shen said, experience comes from accumulation. Take it slow. After speaking, he looked at Qin Mingjie. Senior, what do you think? Qin Mingjie was conflicted. She had the ability, and had always wanted a bigger stage. But what Chen Shen said about big data, it sounded a bit far-fetched. Chen Shen, running a food delivery platform requires a lot of money. And you have to be prepared to operate at a loss in the early stages. Do you know how much you plan to invest? Chen Shen held up 2 fingers. 200 billion. His bank account had over 100 billion, so reaching 200 billion was not a problem. The most important thing was how to lose more money. 200 billion? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai exchanged a glance, once again shocked. They didn't expect Chen Shen to be so crazy. He was truly a big shot. Fenggu, what if we fail? 200 billion, this is an astronomical figure. Zhao Kai stared at Chen Shen in astonishment. Chen Shen said, I never thought about making a profit in the early stages. You guys use this money first, establish a market for me first. Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai's excitement couldn't be calmed for a long time. Investing 200 billion from the start, if successful, they would have a bright future. Chen Shen, count me in too. Qin Mingjie wanted to give it a try. They raised their glasses of red wine and clinked with Chen Shen. Chen Shen took a sip of wine and said, start preparing tonight. Get the platform up and running as quickly as possible. Zhao Kai asked, Fenggu, what should we name our platform? Chen Shen thought for a moment, let's call it Fullyet. As for the headquarters location, I will have the manager of the commercial street arrange it for you. Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were excited. Since Chen Shen trusted them so much, they were determined to make a big impact. While the 3 were still chatting, Chen Shen's phone rang. Chen Shen looked at it and saw that it was Lu Mengqing calling. Lu Mengqing had spent the afternoon investigating at the headquarters of Jianglan Real Estate and found out many facts about Li Peng's crimes. Director Chen, I've found out. Former General Manager Li Peng has embezzled the company's funds several times. And he has colluded with some leaders of the company. Chen Shen frowned. Initially, he just thought Li Peng had a bad character. He didn't expect this guy to have done so much harm to the company. Since that was the case, he couldn't let him off the hook. Do you have any evidence? Lu Mengqing said, I have collected some, and I am still investigating. Alright, I will come over now to report to you in detail. Chen Shen said, okay, but I have moved. Just come directly to Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Okay. Lu Mengqing was shocked. She had also seen the news yesterday, saying that Nanjiang No. 1 Manor had been bought by a mysterious tycoon. Now it seemed that the mysterious tycoon was Chen Chen. Director Chen is indeed Director Chen. Lu Mengqing sighed and drove to Nanjiang No. 1. After dinner, Chen Chen and the others chatted in the hall. Soon, Lu Mengqing arrived. Director Chen. Lu Mengqing walked up to Chen Chen, respectfully bowing to him. She held a document in her hand. Feng Ge, we won't disturb you for now. Zhao Kai and Qin Mengjie stood up, bid farewell, and left. They had to go back and prepare the necessary documents to establish the company. Li Peng has done a lot of harm to the company. These are all evidence. Please take a look, Director Chen. Lu Mengqing bent over and respectfully handed the documents to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took them, opened the documents, and looked through them. Over the years, as the general manager of the company, Li Peng had embezzled a lot of money. Most importantly, he had also funneled a lot of benefits to his wife's construction materials company. Li Peng was good at flattery and had a good relationship with several shareholders of the company. In addition, there are also a few of his confidants within the company. It's hard to discover without a thorough investigation. Also, there are a few people supported by Li Peng who also have issues. Lu Mengqing stared at Chen Chen without blinking. She wanted to see how Chen Chen planned to handle this matter. Chen Chen's expression didn't change much and said, "Call the police. First, arrest this Li Peng. With evidence in hand, it's inevitable that Li Peng will end up in jail." Good. Lu Mengqing nodded. By the way, how is Zhou Yang? Chen Chen handed the information back to Lu Mengqing. Lu Mengqing replied, in the company, Zhou Yang doesn't have a good relationship with Li Peng. So, Zhou Yang should be fine. Chen Chen said, observe for a few more days, and if possible, make Zhou Yang the general manager. He just wanted Lu Mengqing to temporarily manage Jianglan real estate. If the position of general manager there remained vacant, Lu Mengqing would probably be overwhelmed. Moreover, it's not easy to find an experienced person again. Zhou Yang is familiar with everything in the company. As long as he hasn't done anything to harm the company's interests, he can be used. Director Chen, I understand. After Li Peng returned home, he was on edge. After being fired, he immediately informed his confidants in the company to keep the secret. But later on, the phone couldn't be reached anymore. This made Li Peng have a foreboding feeling. He used to have a good relationship with several shareholders of the company, so he had no worries. But now it's different, the chairman of the company has changed. Most importantly, his son offended the newly appointed chairman. Not only did he lose his job, but if Chen Chen investigates further, it would be really over. Going to jail is a small matter, but if Chen Chen wants to kill them, there would be no escape. Li Peng has experienced many things and seen too many business struggles. Chen Chen being able to become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, the power behind him must be terrifying. They are definitely an entity they can't afford to offend. How come the call can't get through? Could something really have happened? Li Peng paced back and forth in the hall, anxious. Dad, is it that Chen Chen has started to target us? Li Kai's face turned pale. He regretted why he had provoked Chen Chen. Speaking of Chen Chen, he thought of that woman, Yan Lily. If it weren't for that woman, he wouldn't have offended Chen Chen at all. Damn it! Li Kai's gritted his teeth. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He really wanted to bring Yan Lily back and beat her up again. How dare you say that? Li Peng took out his 7 wolves belt and fiercely whipped Li Kai's. He used to be reluctant to hit him, which led to the big trouble today. If it weren't for you provoking Chen Chen, this wouldn't have happened. Li Peng was really furious and gave another beating. Li Kai's fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Dad, please stop. Li Kai's rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. Li Peng got tired of hitting and sat on the sofa. With a stern face, he remained silent. At this moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in quickly. Seeing Li Kai's covered in injuries, the middle-aged woman felt heartbroken. "Honey, why did you beat our son like this?" The middle-aged woman complained and went to check Li Kai's injuries. "I really want to beat him to death." Li Peng stood up, pointing at Li Kai's and continued scolding. "Now that we've offended the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, can we still survive in the Magic City?" The middle-aged woman also felt worried, because she knew that Li Peng had committed many illegal activities in the company. It was precisely because of these benefits that her company could grow and prosper. However, now, the exposure of these crimes was not far off. "Honey, let's take our son and leave the country. If Jianglan Real Estate finds out, both of us will end up in jail." After thinking for a while, Li Peng could only nod. Besides leaving the country, there was no other way. "Yes, I'll go buy the plane tickets now." Li Peng took out his phone and made a call. Li Kai's was puzzled. "Mom, don't we have a lot of money? Just spend some money to settle it, right?" The middle-aged woman glanced at her foolish son and sighed. "You've offended the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, money won't solve the problem at all." And with Li Peng embezzling those funds from the company, they had almost spent it all. Once it's discovered, it's prison time. Even if you go abroad, you have to take the money with you. Li Kai's didn't want to go abroad and end up a pauper. He was used to the life of a second-generation rich. The middle-aged woman said, "You definitely can't leave in the short term. But I have a friend over in the US, go there first and then we'll see." Just as she finished speaking, a knock on the door was heard. The three people in the hall instantly became tense. Li Peng put down his phone and went to check. When he saw several uniformed police officers standing outside the front door, Li Peng's legs went weak, and he sat down directly on the ground. It's over. He knew it must be Chen Chen who reported them. Now, even their plan to go abroad was ruined. "Li Peng, we received a report. It's about you embezzling funds from Jianglan Real Estate, please come with us. And Ms. Yang Qing, you also need to come with us to assist in the investigation." And so, Li Peng and his wife were taken away by the police. However, before leaving, Yang Qing gave Li Kai's a phone number. She knew that this time, they probably wouldn't be able to come out. She had to prepare an escape route for her son. At the same time, Yang Qing quietly told Li Kai's a big secret. "Son, your biological father is not actually Li Peng. Call this number and tell them you are his biological son. He will help you then." Li Kai's was completely stunned. It wasn't until Li Peng and Yang Qing were taken away that he came to his senses. He had called Li Peng his father for over 20 years, only to find out now that Li Peng wasn't his real father. He really didn't know what to say. Looking at the number left by his mother, Li Kai's hesitated for a long time before deciding to make the call. Because he had no way out now. The night quietly passed. Dawn arrived. The next morning, just as Chen Chen was having breakfast, Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai came over. "Chen Chen, oh no, Director Chen. I made a business plan overnight. Please take a look." Qin Mingjie stood respectfully in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the business plan that Qin Mingjie had rushed out overnight and said as he read it, "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Sit down and eat together." The plan was a bit brief, but it was still good. After all, it was rushed out. "Very good. I'll have someone send you the money later. Get the platform up and running as soon as possible, you don't have to worry about the funding. Go ahead and do it." Chen Chen encouraged. After a few minutes of conversation, Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai left. "System, give me the investment cashback card. In use, please bind a project for the host." Chen Chen said, "Alumi delivery. Binding successful. The investment cashback card is valid for 1 month. After expiration, the cashback amount will be automatically converted." After using it, Chen Chen continued to eat breakfast. By 8 o'clock, the opportunity for a flash sale had arrived. Ding! Today's flash sale item, 90% of the shares of Duya Technology. Compared to the previous flash sales, Chen Chen was no longer as excited. System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90% of the shares of Duya Technology. The share transfer agreement has been sent to the system space. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 60% of the shares of Shimu Group. Shimu Group? Chen Chen felt that this name sounded familiar. He immediately took out his phone and searched online. It turned out to be another listed company with a market value of over 100 billion. And this was a company with pig farming as its core business. That was impressive. To be able to go public with pig farming. And with a market value of over 120 billion. That was quite something. Well, let's just raise pigs. This 60% stake is worth several billion. Assets, of course, the more the better. No one would complain about having too much. Chen Chen was playing on his phone in the room when he suddenly heard the sound of a truck downstairs. He walked to the balcony and saw that the red wine ordered yesterday had arrived. There is still a wine cellar in the manor, and it's really a waste to leave it empty. So Chen Chen had the steward Su Yuan order a batch of red wine. He didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Feeling bored, Chen Chen changed into his swimming trunks and went for a swim in the pool. Mr. Chen, the red wine you wanted has been delivered. Su Yuan stood by the pool. When she saw Chen Chen's perfect physique and the 8-pack abs under his chest, her face turned red involuntarily. Unbelievable. Mr. Chen has such a great body. Even those who work out every day probably don't have a body as good as Chen Chen's. I got it. Is there anything else? Chen Chen swam to the edge and took off his black goggles. Su Yuan, dressed in professional attire, with her hair elegantly pinned up, looked even more dignified. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was her long legs. Chen Chen raised his head slightly and felt like he was going to nosebleed. Su Yuan said, "You mentioned yesterday that you were not quite satisfied with the layout of the backyard. I have already found someone, and repairs can be done this afternoon." Chen Chen nodded, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back first." Suppressing the urge to commit a crime, Chen Chen submerged into the water. Su Yuan glanced at the blurry figure of Chen Chen underwater and then left. Not long after, Chen Chen also came ashore. He opened his phone and played Naruto Next Generations. Just as Chen Chen was about to fall asleep, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Random mission released today. Go on a blind date. Chen Chen immediately sat up from the bed, feeling energized. Blind date? System, are you trying to get me out of being single as soon as possible? You know me too well. Such a thoughtful system, love it. However, the system immediately poured cold water on Chen Chen. The host is overthinking. Missions are randomly assigned. Chen Chen. System, oh system, can't you cooperate a little? Forget it, a blind date is a blind date, and for Chen Chen, it's not difficult at all. After thinking it over, Chen Chen immediately downloaded a blind date app on his phone. It cost a little money during the account registration process. As for the information, Chen Chen just filled it out casually. Just to complete the system's task, there was no need to be too serious. Besides, with Chen Chen's current status and looks, plenty of girls would be willing to pursue him. There was no need to rely on blind dates to find a partner. After registering the account, Chen Chen tried to contact a blind date. Surprisingly, the dating market was full of all kinds of people. After searching for a long time, it was either faces altered by plastic surgery or unreasonable demands. Wait, I'm not really going on a blind date. Forget it, just pick whoever, little rooster. In the end, Chen Chen chose a popular face beauty. According to the profile, she was a model and a local in the city. Chen Chen sent a message, and the other party quickly replied. Mr. Chen, the profile picture isn't you, right? Why does it look a bit like Wu Zuyan? It's me. She sent a selfie. It was freshly taken. She commented, your appearance is just average. I happen to have something to do now, how about meeting at noon? Chen Chen felt speechless. His appearance, just average? Beauty, do you have facial blindness like Donggo? Or is it that you are just plain and unremarkable? Sure. Chen Chen arranged to meet her at a restaurant on Hyaming Commercial Street. It just so happened that he needed to go to the commercial street. When it was almost time for the appointment, Chen Chen drove out in his sports car. As before, Chen Chen instructed the bodyguards not to get too close. Keeping a low profile was important. Due to traffic congestion, Chen Chen was already late when he arrived at the restaurant. According to the seat number information, Chen Chen met the blind date who was already impatient. You must be Miss Xiao, right? Sorry, traffic jam on the way. So I'm a little late. Chen Chen sat down and looked at the woman opposite. Estimated height of 1.75 meters, facial features looked somewhat unreal. Definitely used hex technology. Although there was a layer of makeup on her face, you could still see the fatigue in her eyes. I wonder if she works night shifts often. Since she is a model, her figure must be great. But there was a hint of cheap perfume on her that made Chen Chen wrinkle his nose slightly. And in the perfume, there was also a hint of cigarette smoke. This woman also has a smoking habit. At this moment, Zhao Tingting was also sizing up Chen Chen. Seeing that Chen Chen looked exactly like the profile picture and was not too old, most of the anger in her heart dissipated. However, for Zhao Tingting, being handsome was of no use. Economic strength, that's what really matters. Since it's a blind date, let's get straight to the point. What do you do for a living? Do you have a house in the Magic City? How much savings do you have? Zhao Tingting fired off several questions in rapid succession. The ease with which she asked, she probably asks people like this all the time. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not in a hurry to answer, he called the waiter over and ordered a drink. Seeing Chen Chen not speaking, Zhao Tingting continued, actually, my requirements are not high. Just having 2 houses in the Magic City is enough. And as for the betrothal gift, it should be at least 1 million. After we get married, you have to buy me a car. Since it's a means of transportation, around 500,000 should be enough. Also, I have 2 younger brothers who are not married. When the time comes, the betrothal money for my brothers should also be paid by you. Chen Chen felt speechless. The first few requests were indeed not high for him. But what does it have to do with me if your brothers are not married? This is truly a ridiculous situation. What do you think? Are my requirements unreasonable? Zhao Tingting asked, sipping her drink, waiting for Chen Chen's response. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. Not unreasonable? This is simply outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Mr. Chen, it seems like you can't even meet one of my requirements. In that case, we have nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. Zhao Tingting got up to leave. She didn't want to waste any more time on Chen Chen. Wait. The requirements you just mentioned are really too simple for me. Chen Chen stopped Zhao Tingting. He was determined to complete the task of the system. Oh? Zhao Tingting sat back down, looking at Chen Chen expectantly. Chen Chen took out his phone and showed a photo. I have a house in Tangchenipin. Hearing Chen Chen say this, Zhao Tingting's eyes lit up. Tangchenipin, that's the most expensive community in the entire Magic City. The cheapest house there costs several million. Oh my god, could the other party be a second-generation rich kid? With that thought, the arrogance on Zhao Tingting's face disappeared in an instant. Tangchenipin? Is this true? Chen Chen's expression was serious, of course it's true. Then, he took out the key to the Pagani Huayra from his pocket. Glancing out the window, he said, I have a car too. That one over there. Following Chen Chen's gaze, Zhao Tingting was shocked to see the imposing Pagani Huayra outside. Wow, she had really met a big tycoon this time. Zhao Tingting felt that her fate was right in front of her. She couldn't afford to miss it no matter what. Zhao Tingting changed her attitude towards Chen Chen and said softly, Mr. Chen, does this mean you are very wealthy? What does your family do? At this point, the drink Chen Shen ordered was also brought over by the waiter. Chen Shen took a sip of the drink and casually said, "Of course, we are in business." The more Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Shen, the more satisfied she felt. Money and looks, where can you find a man like that? Mr. Chen, I am very satisfied. Zhao Tingting expressed her thoughts. Satisfied? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. You may be satisfied, but I am not. I also want to ask you a few questions. Zhao Tingting smiled. Mr. Chen, please ask. Chen Shen imitated Zhao Tingting's tone. Have you had plastic surgery? Have you had abortions? Do you have the habit of drinking and smoking? Zhao Tingting's face remained unchanged, and she sincerely replied, I have had plastic surgery. I also have the habit of drinking and smoking. But I am a good girl. Chen Shen almost choked on his drink. Damn, a good girl. You probably have misunderstood the meaning of a good girl. Zhao Tingting frowned. Mr. Chen, are you discriminating against me? What's wrong with plastic surgery? Which woman doesn't love beauty? Chen Shen felt like he had encountered a weirdo. If they continued talking, his values might be completely destroyed. Let's not talk about this for now. What zodiac sign are you? Chen Shen suddenly changed the topic. Gemini. What's wrong? Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Shen with a puzzled expression. Chen Shen said seriously, I'm sorry, I'm a Sagittarius. The fortune teller told me that Gemini clashes with me. Goodbye. Chen Shen stood up, quickly paid the bill, and left. Putting aside the task, he didn't want to be poisoned. Mr. Chen. How can you believe in fortune telling? Leave me your contact information for next time. Zhao Tingting chased after Chen Shen, not willing to give up. Chen Shen ignored her, got into his car, and left the scene as fast as he could. Hey! Wait! Zhao Tingting watched the Pagani Huayra disappear into the distance, stomping her foot in anger. It's frustrating. The wealthy man who was within reach slipped away. Getting rid of the weird blind date woman, Chen Shen found another parking spot. He inexplicably developed a shadow in his heart towards blind dates. System, can you not give me these kinds of tasks next time? Chen Shen looked helpless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a blind date. Task completed. Received an extra chance for a kill. Kill item, a $57 million silver gecko. This time's kill item was a luxury sports car. Chen Shen blinked his eyes. Is the task completed just like that? Although he was caught off guard. But fortunately, the task was completed. System, stop talking, kill. Congratulations, host, on a successful kill. Received a silver gecko. Silver gecko staff will contact you later. The kill item this time was not directly delivered to the system space. Not bad. Bring a few more luxury sports cars, then I can rotate and drive them. Chen Shen was very satisfied with the item he killed this time. He got out of the car and headed to the commercial street office. Before he even entered the elevator of the building, his phone rang. Thinking of what the system had just said, Chen Shen knew it was the Silver Gecko staff calling. He answered the call. Mr. Chen, hello. I am the manager of the Silver Gecko sales center in Modu. The Silver Gecko you purchased has arrived at the store. When would you be available to pick it up? Chen Shen couldn't be bothered to go there, and said, just send the car to Nanjiang number 1. When he heard Nanjiang number 1, the voice on the phone was clearly surprised for a moment. Okay, Mr. Chen. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us at any time. After hanging up, Chen Shen entered the elevator. At the entrance of the commercial street office, 7 or 8 people had arrived. Men and women. They were all there for job interviews. Coincidentally, the commercial street was hiring. Chen Shen. Chen Shen walked straight to the office, but someone called out to him. He turned around and saw a woman in a white floral dress. Zheng Feilian. Yan Lily's former girlfriend. Seeing this woman, Chen Chen frowned slightly, because Zhang Feilian is also a very scheming woman. She used to mock Chen Chen a lot. Chen Chen, I heard you broke up with Lily? Zhang Feilian crossed her arms, a mocking smile on her lips. She already knew that Chen Chen had been dumped by Yan Lily. Bringing up this matter was just to provoke Chen Chen. It's none of your business. Chen Chen didn't want to engage with her. Zhang Feilian snorted and continued to mock, I've always said you're not good enough for Lily. You just wouldn't believe me. What? Are you here looking for a job too? Zhang Feilian wanted to ridicule Chen Chen further. Mr. Chen. What brings you here? A female employee from the commercial street recognized Chen Chen and respectfully came over to greet him. Is Mr. Zhang Yongwen here? Chen Chen asked. Mr. Zhang is in the office. Mr. Chen, please come in. The female employee gestured for him to enter. Chen Chen nodded and walked into the office. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feilian was dumbfounded. What the heck? Why were the employees here so respectful to Chen Chen? And calling him Mr. Chen? Wasn't he just a poor loser? Just then, a female employee walked out of the office, and Zhang Feilian hurriedly approached her to inquire. Excuse me, who is the young man who just went in wearing a brown outfit? You mean Mr. Chen? He is the boss of the commercial street. What? Zhang Feilian widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Chen Chen was actually the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street? How is that possible? When he was in college, Chen Chen didn't seem like a second-generation rich kid, right? Moreover, if Chen Chen was a second-generation rich kid, how could Yan Lily have dumped him? For a moment, Zhang Feilian was at a loss. I mean the young man in the brown outfit who just went in. Zhang Feilian felt the other person might have made a mistake. Yes, he is our boss. The female employee gave Zhang Feilian a strange look and then left. No way. This guy Chen Chen, he really became the boss here. Zhang Feilian's face turned somewhat ugly. She regretted mocking Chen Chen just now. She had checked the information about Hyaming Commercial Street and knew there were thousands of shops here. Just the rent for a month was over $1 billion. And the treatment here was also very good. Zhang Feilian had done her research beforehand, otherwise she wouldn't have applied here. But now, having offended Chen Chen, she definitely couldn't stay. She was afraid Chen Chen would come after her, so she quickly made her escape. At the same time, she couldn't help but lament Yan Lily's short-sightedness. If Yan Lily hadn't broken up with Chen Chen, she would have been the boss lady of Hyaming Commercial Street now. Chen Chen has been dating Lily for over 2 years. Is there a chance for reconciliation? It was impossible to please Chen Chen. Zhang Feilian thought she could make a move on Yan Lily. If Yan Lily reconciled with Chen Chen, as Yan Lily's good friend, she would definitely benefit as well. Zhang Feilian felt she was really clever. She took out her phone and sent a message to Yan Lily. Lily, let me tell you a secret. Actually, Chen Chen is still the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. You should go back to him. Don't miss out on such a wealthy man. However, Yan Lily did not reply. Because at that moment, Yan Lily had fainted in the restroom from crying. She regretted it to the extreme. She had thought Chen Chen was a poor loser, which was why she had hooked up with Li Kai's. As a result, Li Kai's didn't want her. Even Chen Chen didn't show any intention of forgiving her. Yan Lily just wanted to write the word tragic. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were coming today. Seeing Chen Chen in the office, Zhang Yongwen quickly got up to greet him. Chen Chen waved his hand and sat down. I have just established a food delivery company. Have you found a place for me to set up the office? That was the reason he had come. Zhang Yongwen respectfully said, Mr. Chen, your friend contacted me yesterday. The commercial street still has some extra office space, but the space is relatively small. It can only be used as a temporary office location. Chen Chen nodded and said, try to find a bigger place. After all, he was not short of money. I understand. Zhang Yongwen had some doubts in his mind. He didn't know why Qin Chen wanted to do takeout. Because the current takeout market is completely dominated by one company. Breaking the current situation is not an easy task. There is a high possibility of losing money. However, Zhang Yongwen did not dare to ask these questions. Maybe Qin Chen wanted to implement a big strategy in the market. After briefing Zhang Yongwen on some matters, Qin Chen left. He drove back to the mansion. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Just as Qin Chen was still enjoying his lunch, a black SUV arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Is this where Mr. Chen lives? It's really grand. There were 4 people in the car. Looking at the luxurious mansion, they couldn't help but exclaim. I heard that this mansion was bought by a mysterious tycoon for 3.8 billion the day before yesterday. It turns out to be Mr. Chen. During the conversation, the other 3 people looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Mr. Zhao, have you met Mr. Chen before? The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head. Never met him. Anyway, when we meet Mr. Chen later, just be careful. At this time, the security guard at the gate walked over. What are you here for? The middle-aged man with glasses smiled and said, I am the general manager of Duya Technology. I am here to see Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man first stated his identity. He had already spoken to Qin Chen on the phone. This time he came to report on work. Also, Qin Chen had just bought 90% of Duya Technology's shares, so he needed to consult Qin Chen on how the company would develop in the future. Wait a moment. I need to ask Mr. Chen. The security guard immediately contacted the housekeeper, Su Yuwan, to inquire. After receiving a reply, the security guard opened the gate. Please come in. The car entered the mansion, and the people in the car seemed a bit nervous. Because anyone who could live in such a luxurious mansion must have a significant status. Mr. Zhao, what is Mr. Chen's identity after all? To spend 3.8 billion to buy this large mansion, he must be very wealthy, right? The middle-aged man with glasses was a bit impatient. Alright, stop gossiping. Don't leave a bad impression on Mr. Chen. After speaking, he looked at a beautiful woman beside him. Qianxue, why are you silent? Yao Qianxue looked out of the car window and sighed. She was a bit nervous and curious. Who was the owner of this mansion after all? When she heard the middle-aged man asking questions, Yao Qianxue also came back to her senses. Mr. Zhao, I am a little nervous. The middle-aged man with glasses smiled and said, relax a little. You are a major anchor on our Duya platform. If you can get to know Mr. Chen, it will definitely help your future career. Yao Qianxue expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhao. Of course, she also knew that such a good opportunity was not something everyone could get. We're here. Get off the car. The black SUV stopped in front of the main villa, and the general manager led the others out of the car. At this time, the housekeeper, Su Yuwan, was standing next to the gate to welcome them. Hello? We are looking for Mr. Chen. The general manager approached Su Yuwan, not daring to neglect anyone in the mansion. Mr. Chen is having lunch, please wait in the hall. The general manager nodded and led the people behind him into the hall. The hall was extremely luxurious, with crystal chandeliers projecting a soft white light from the ceiling, not glaring at all. Please have a seat. Su Yuwan asked the maid to pour tea. Thank you. The general manager still seemed a bit restrained. The others were even more so. It was their first time visiting such a luxurious mansion. The 4 of them sat in the hall and waited for 6 or 7 minutes. Finally, Qin Chen also finished eating. He walked out of the restaurant. Su Yuwan walked over and chatted with Qin Chen for a few moments. Qin Chen nodded and walked towards the general manager of Duya Technology. The general manager hurriedly stood up. Seeing Su Yuwan's respectful attitude towards Qin Chen, he already guessed Qin Chen's identity. Others also stood up, looking at Qin Chen with respectful eyes. It's him. Yao Qianxue looked very surprised. Because she had met Chen Chen yesterday and knew that he was the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Chairman Chen, hello. The general manager and two other executives greeted Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded in acknowledgement and looked towards Yao Qianxue. He had some impression of Yao Qianxue, after all, they had met yesterday. And Yao Qianxue was also a good friend of Lin Yor. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. Yao Qianxue was shocked, and when she saw Chen Chen looking at her, she waved at him. We meet again. Chen Chen smiled. While Yao Qianxue was shocked, she was also a bit nervous. She didn't know what to say. Qianxue, do you know Chairman Chen? The general manager was surprised. Yao Qianxue explained, I had the honor of meeting Chairman Chen yesterday. Yao Qianxue's first impression of Chen Chen was very handsome. Of course, Yao Qianxue did not expect that Chen Chen was also the chairman of Duya Technology. According to the general manager, Chen Chen had acquired 90% of Duya Technology's shares, making him the majority shareholder. Please have a seat first. Chen Chen sat down. Chairman Chen, is this estate yours? Yao Qianxue, no longer nervous, looked around and asked with curiosity. Yes. Hearing Chen Chen's confirmation, Yao Qianxue was even more shocked. Because this meant that Chen Chen must have other identities behind him. After all, Nanjiang No. 1 was the largest estate in the Magic City. Without sufficient financial resources, it would be impossible to acquire it. You look familiar to me. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Chen Chen carefully observed Yao Qianxue. When he met Yao Qianxue yesterday, he had this feeling. The general manager smiled, Chairman Chen, let me introduce you. Qianxue is our top anchor at Duya Technology, with a high popularity on the platform. You may have seen her online. Yao Qianxue said, Mr. Zhao is joking, I'm just a small anchor. Chen Chen nodded, now that you mention it, I do have some impression. Yao Qianxue was now a key talent being cultivated by Duya Technology, and since she happened to be at the headquarters today, the general manager brought her along. Others did not have such a good opportunity. Next, the general manager began to report to Chen Chen about the work. On the other side, after his parents were taken away by the police, Li Kai's also fell into deep despair. He was just a second-generation rich kid who lived a carefree life. Facing such a situation, he had no idea what to do. Fortunately, before his mother Yang Qing was taken away, she told Li Kai's a big secret. That his biological father was not Li Peng, but someone else. He had always called Li Peng his father since he was young, so naturally, he sympathized with Li Peng. Yang Qing was quite ruthless to have kept this secret from Li Peng for so long, and Li Peng had been wearing a green hat for over 20 years without knowing. Of course, all of this was no longer important. With Li Peng in trouble with the law, he would most likely end up in prison. The Li family was finished, and Li Kai's had to find a way out for himself. He had offended Chen Chen, and now he was living in constant fear. With no other options, he could only turn to his biological father. After making a phone call, everything went smoothly, and the other party agreed to meet him. Li Kai's naturally agreed. At the same time, he received some uplifting news. His biological father was still the chairman of a multinational company, with assets of over 300 billion. A true billionaire. Although he had emigrated overseas, he still had many connections in China. With the protection of his biological father, if Chen Chen wanted to mess with him, he would have to think twice. Chen Chen. I really have to thank you. Chen Chen caused his family to fall apart, but fortunately, he found a bigger backer. When the time was right, Li Kai's felt it was necessary to seek revenge on Chen Chen. Moreover, Li Kai's biological father was also very concerned about him. Upon hearing that Li Kai's was in trouble, he immediately took a private plane to the city. The two agreed to meet at a coffee shop. Li Kai's arrived early at the agreed meeting place and ordered a cup of coffee at the front desk. Sir, your total is 88 yuan. Would you like to pay with cash or card? Li Kai's took out his wallet and found that he had no cash on him. Let's use a card. However, after trying several bank cards, all were frozen. It was too embarrassing. Wait, let me call a friend to pay. Li Kai's cursed Chen Shen in his heart 1,000 times. If it weren't for Chen Shen, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. But fortunately, he would soon see his biological father. With this in mind, Li Kai's mood immediately became cheerful. What are you looking at? Do you think I can't afford to pay? Seeing the cashier's strange look, Li Kai's immediately felt annoyed. No. That's not what I meant. The cashier girl hurriedly explained. Li Kai snorted and found a seat. However, when the agreed time arrived, the person Li Kai wanted to see had not yet appeared. This made Li Kai a bit impatient. The cashier girl kept looking towards Li Kai's location, as if afraid he would leave without paying. Half an hour passed. Just as Li Kai was about to fall asleep, 2 Lincoln cars stopped at the coffee shop's entrance. A middle-aged man, surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, quickly walked into the coffee shop. There weren't many people in the coffee shop, and the middle-aged man immediately noticed Li Kai's. Son. The middle-aged man walked over excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Li Kai's looked so much like him when he was young. There was no mistake, this was his biological son. Are you Mr. Luo Huajun? Li Kai stood up and asked. Luo Huajun first gave Li Kai a hug, unable to contain his excitement. Still calling me Mr. Luo? You should call me Dad. Luo Huajun corrected. His wife had given birth to 3 daughters, but unfortunately no son. It was no wonder that when Luo Huajun learned that Yang Qing had given birth to a son for him, he was so excited. Yang Qing was Luo Huajun's first love, but they didn't end up together for some reasons. However, Luo Huajun still had feelings for Yang Qing, but he never dared to go find her because of his fierce wife. And Luo Huajun's achievements today were also thanks to his wife. But now, Luo Huajun had control over the company and no longer had to act according to his wife's wishes. In any case, he had accepted Li Kai as his son. Dad. Li Kai didn't hesitate and called out. Good son. Luo Huajun hugged Li Kai tightly and said, this time, I will take you and Qinger away. You will live abroad with me. Li Kai reminded, Dad, Mom is in trouble now. All because of that despicable Chen Shen. Li Kai's eyes flashed with resentment. Remembering being beaten by Chen Shen yesterday, he was filled with uncontrollable anger. His fists clenched tightly together. He vowed to make Chen Shen pay. Luo Huajun's expression also darkened. Son, I will find a way to save Qinger. When the time comes, we will reunite as a family. He already knew some of the details. For him, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. The most important thing now was to find a good lawyer. Li Kai nodded and continued, Dad, all of this is because of that Chen Shen. He even hit me yesterday. He must not be let off. Luo Huajun frowned, Chen Shen? Li Kai explained, he is the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. Very arrogant. If Luo Huajun is willing to take action against Chen Shen, then Chen Shen will definitely be in trouble. Of course, this is just Li Kai's inner thoughts. Son, don't worry. I don't care who this Chen Shen is, but since he hit you, I will make him pay. Luo Huajun made a mental note of this name. Upon hearing this, Li Kai was overjoyed. He felt that with his father's words, Chen Shen wouldn't be arrogant for long. Luo Huajun turned his head slightly, waved his hand, and remained expressionless. Mr. Luo, what are your orders? His bodyguard beside him understood and respectfully asked, bowing. Go and investigate this Chen Shen. See what background he has. Luo Huajun felt it necessary to investigate Chen Shen before taking action. Yes, Mr. Luo. The bodyguard immediately left. Son, I want to go see Qinger, come with me. Luo Huajun said. Li Kai agreed. Police station. Li Peng has lost his freedom. Being in jail is a certainty. Moreover, all his assets have been frozen, and even hiring a lawyer is a problem. However, what surprised Li Peng was that his wife Yang Qing had actually hired a lawyer. He was very excited, thinking that his wife had a plan. "Mr. Li, hello. My name is Zhang Wei, you can call me Lawyer Zhang. It was Ms. Yang Qing who asked me to come find you." A young lawyer in a black suit sat across from Li Peng. Li Peng was excited. "Did my wife come up with a way for me to get out?" The lawyer shook his head, "No." He took out an agreement from his briefcase. "Ms. Yang Qing proposes to divorce you. As long as you sign it, she promises to give you 1 million. Li Peng picked up the divorce agreement and was stunned. The mild expression on his face gradually turned into anger. What does she want to do? Our assets are frozen, where would she get 1 million to give me? The lawyer looked at Li Peng with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Alas, this Li Peng is quite pitiful. He has been wearing a green hat for over 20 years without knowing. I would call you the green hat hero. Mr. Li, you don't need to worry about the money. You focus on being in jail, and when you come out, the 1 million will definitely be given to you. Li Peng gritted his teeth, his emotions stirred. Let Yang Qing come and explain it to me. Why does she want to divorce me? Li Peng couldn't accept it. And under these circumstances, his wife could still come up with 1 million, obviously hiding a secret from him. The lawyer said, Ms. Yang Qing is in the same situation as you. She can't see you. But she asked me to pass on a message. That is, Li Kai's is not actually your biological son. Li Peng frowned, slammed the table. What? Li Kai's is not my biological son? Say that again. Li Peng was thoroughly enraged. If this wasn't the police station, he would have wanted to hit someone directly. Mr. Li, please don't be so agitated. Indeed, Li Kai's is not your biological son. If you don't believe it, wait for a chance to see Ms. Yang Qing and ask her in person. The lawyer said helplessly. After all, he was just a messenger. Li Kai's face twitched, and his body began to tremble. Impossible. No. No. Li Kai's struggled internally. Upon further thought, it seemed that Li Kai's was indeed not his son. Because Li Kai's looked nothing like him. Li Peng had suspicions before, but there was no evidence. However, now he had to accept this tragic fact. Not only was he deceived by Li Kai's, but most importantly, Li Kai's was not his biological son. Li Peng's breathing became rapid, his face turning red with anger. Yang Qing, you are so ruthless. You deceived me for so long. Li Peng roared loudly. Suddenly, he spat out blood and fainted. As for Yang Qing and Li Kai's, they never came to see him. In the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Lin Yor. Mr. Chen, last time I didn't get a chance to treat you to a meal. How about I treat you to supper tonight? Lin Yor hesitated for a long time before making this phone call. She thought Chen Chen would be busy managing the company. Sure, where should we go? Chen Chen happened to be free and agreed. Although living a comfortable life like a salted fish was nice, sometimes it was just too boring. I haven't decided where to go yet. How about deciding later? Seeing Chen Chen agree, Lin Yor was somewhat happy. Okay. Lin Yor smiled, let's just decide like this happily. Mr. Chen, see you tonight. Lin Yor hung up the phone, sat on the soft sofa, feeling secretly delighted. At that moment, Yao Qianxue happened to return as well. Yor, did something good happen to you? You look so happy. Yao Qianxue put down her bag and sat next to Lin Yor. The two of them were best friends who talked about everything in college. Seeing the owner return, the little Pomeranian also happily ran to Yao Qianxue's feet, wagging its tail. Nothing, nothing. Lin Yor said. Yao Qianxue didn't ask further, but said, Yor, let me tell you a secret. Curious, Lin Yor asked, what secret? Yao Qianxue said, isn't there a news that went viral in the city these days? A mysterious tycoon bought Nanjiang No. 1 for 3.8 billion. Can you guess who it is? Lin Yor pursed her lips, There are so many wealthy tycoons in China, how would I know? Although Lin Yao occasionally followed current events, she wasn't that gossip-oriented. Yao Qianxue said mysteriously, "Let me tell you, I met that tycoon today." "And you know him too?" This piqued Lin Yao's interest. "I know him too?" Yao Qianxue smiled and teased, "We saw him yesterday." "Guess who it is?" "There's a prize for guessing right." Lin Yao rolled her eyes at Yao Qianxue. "How am I supposed to guess that?" Suddenly, she thought of Chen Chen. Chen Chen's identity was not simple, as he was not only the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, but also owned a commercial street. Buying a luxurious mansion for 3.5 billion, he could indeed afford it. Could it be Mr. Chen? Lin Yao covered her red lips with her jade hand. "You guessed it right." Yao Qianxue smiled. "Let me tell you another thing. Actually, Mr. Chen is also the chairman of Duya Technology." "Well, he's my boss now too." Lin Yao looked incredulous. She hadn't expected Chen Chen to have so many identities. Running a film and television company, owning a commercial street, and a live streaming platform. How many companies did he have? For a moment, Lin Yao became even more curious about Chen Chen. "How did you know?" Lin Yao asked, expressing her doubts. Yao Qianxue excitedly said, "Today I visited Mr. Chen with the company's general manager. And we even went to Mr. Chen's mansion. You don't know, Nanjiang No. 1 is truly the largest mansion in the city. The level of luxury is beyond imagination." Yao Qianxue praised enthusiastically. "So, did you meet Mr. Chen?" "We did." Yao Qianxue talked nonstop, living up to her role as a broadcaster. In terms of eloquence, she was impeccable. After Yao Qianxue finished speaking, Lin Yao said, "I've made plans to have supper with Mr. Chen tonight. Do you want to come along?" Yao Qianxue hesitated for a moment and said, "It might not be appropriate for me to go. To be a third wheel?" She felt that Lin Yao was going on a date with Chen Chen. Lin Yao sighed, "What are you thinking? I've only known Mr. Chen for a few days. I just simply want to treat him to supper." Simply? Well, Lin Yao admitted in her heart that she did have some other thoughts. After all, Chen Chen was so handsome, right? Of course, Lin Yao was just thinking about it. Chen Chen's identity was too intimidating. It would be good enough to make a friend, as for anything else, Lin Yao didn't dare to hope for. "Really? I'll go too, how can I miss out on late-night snacks?" Yao Qianxue agreed. Lin Yao said, "Okay, I'll look online to see if there's a better-rated restaurant nearby." Yao Qianxue smiled, "No need to look, I know a great late-night snack place. And I go there often." Chen Chen stayed in the hall. A truck carrying a white sports car pulled up to the entrance of the estate. It was the staff from the Silver Sales Center delivering the sports car. "Mr. Chen, a truck has arrived outside. They say your car has arrived." Su Yuan found Chen Chen. She also received a call from the security guard outside, informing her of the situation. She came over to ask Chen Chen. Of course, Su Yuan also knew that Silver was a luxury sports car brand from abroad. She just didn't know what car Chen Chen had bought this time. "Let them through. Have them bring the car in." Chen Chen stood up, knowing that his silver Komodo had arrived. Feeling a bit excited, he wanted to experience it. "Let's go take a look." Chen Chen led Su Yuan towards the main villa's entrance. It wasn't long before the truck drove in. There was also a black Audi sedan accompanying it. The car stopped, and a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car. "You must be Mr. Chen, right?" "Hello." The woman walked up to Chen Chen, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She didn't expect Chen Chen to be so young and handsome, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. "The car you bought has been delivered. Can I check it out?" The woman had the staff drive the sports car down. "It's a silver Komodo." Su Yuan stood behind Chen Chen, recognizing the model of the sports car, and was immediately shocked. Because this sports car was not cheap. it cost over 50 million. Much more expensive than Chen Chen's current Pagani Wind God. Su Yuan looked at Chen Chen's back and sighed. Mr. Chen is indeed Mr. Chen. Buying this level of sports car is like buying a toy. The silver Komodo had a sleek and beautiful body, painted white, with a sharp front face. Chen Chen walked around the car, liking it more and more. Mr. Chen, here are the car keys. The staff respectfully handed the car keys to Chen Chen. Chen Chen opened the car door, sat inside, and looked around. The interior was extremely luxurious. He couldn't wait to test the performance of this car. From the specs, this car was even better than his current Pagani Wind God. Unfortunately, there was no racetrack nearby. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have to take it to the track for a few laps. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to experience the full potential of this sports car. The woman accompanying him also got into the car and patiently explained the functions to Chen Chen. Chen Chen started the car and drove 2 laps around the estate. Then he drove the car back to the main villa's entrance. Mr. Chen, if everything is okay, please sign here. The woman from the silver sales center handed Chen Chen a form. She also gave Chen Chen her business card. If you have any questions later, you can contact me. Thank you for purchasing our silver sports car. Chen Chen nodded. After a while, the woman drove away. Chen Chen handed the car keys to Su Yuan next to him, parked the car in the garage first. After driving 2 laps, the novelty wore off. But with 2 sports cars, he could switch between them when going out in the future. However, sometimes Chen Chen didn't want to be so ostentatious. Su Yuan felt a bit helpless, got into the silver Komodo, and drove into the garage. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Chen received a location message from Lin Yor. Chairman Chen, I'll order some food first. Wait for you to come. Don't forget, okay, with a mischievous expression. Chen Chen replied to the message and headed to the garage. There were 2 sports cars parked in the garage. The Pagani Wind God and the silver Komodo. Each car had its own characteristics. The common point was that they were not cheap. Of course, there were also 8 Maybach GLS cars. In addition, there is also a domestically produced white Wuling Xinche Mini. Compared to other cars, it seems a bit cute. Chen Chen immediately called the butler Su Yuan over. Mr. Chen, what's the matter calling me over? Chen Chen pointed to the Wuling Xinche Mini. Is this your car? Let me borrow it for a while. This time, Chen Chen planned to be more low-key when going out. Because every time he went out in a sports car, he attracted a lot of attention. I borrowed it from a friend. Su Yuan smiled bitterly. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Her car happened to have a scratch and was still in the repair shop. So, she borrowed one from a friend. Su Yuan is a local in the Magic City, and she usually goes home to rest when she has nothing to do.